The 6 men stared at Hakeswill. They knew they were his favourites, and all of them were in his debt. But now they realised he was giving them even more reason to be grateful. "Equal shares, Sergeant?" Private Lowry asked.
"Equal shares?" Hakeswill exclaimed. "Equal? Listen, you horrid toad, you wouldn't have no chance of any share, not one, if it wasn't for my loving kindness. Who chose you to come on this parish outing?"
"Well, you did, Sergeant."
"I did? Kindness of me heart, and you repays it by wanting equal shares?"
Hakeswill's face shuddered.
"I've half a mind to send you back, Larry."
He looked aggrieved, and the privates were silent.
"Ingratitude," Hakeswill said in a hurt voice. "Sharp as a serpent's tooth it is. Equal shares, never heard the like. But I'll see you right. Don't you worry."
He took out the precious orders for Sharpe's arrest and smoothed the paper on the table, carefully avoiding the spills of arrack.
"Look at that, boys," he breathed. "A fortune. Half for me, and you leprous toads get to share the other half, equally."
He paused to prod Lowry in the chest.
"Equally. But I gets one half, like it says in the scriptures."
He folded the paper and put it carefully in his pouch.
"Shot while escaping,"
Hakeswill said, and grinned.
"I've waited 4 years for this chance, lads, 4 bloody years."
He brooded for a few seconds.
"Put me in among the tigers, he did. Me in a tiger's den."
His face contorted in a rictus at the memory.
"But they spared me, and you know why? Because I can't die, lads. Touched be God I am. Says so in the scriptures."
The 6 privates were silent. Mad he was. Mad as a twitching hatter. But no one knew why hatters were mad either. But they were. Even the army was reluctant to recruit a hatter, because they dribbled and twitched and talked to themselves. But they'd taken on Hakeswill, and he had survived. Malevolent, powerful, and apparently indestructible. Sharpe had put him among the Tippoo's tigers, yet the tigers were dead, and Hakeswill still breathed. He was a bad man to have as an enemy, and now the piece of paper in Hakeswill's pouch put Sharpe into his power, and Obadiah could taste the money already. A fortune. All that was needed was to travel north, join the army, produce the warrant, and skin the victim. Obadiah shuddered. The money was so near he could almost spend it already.
"Got him,"
he said to himself.
"Got him. And I'll piss on his rotten corpse, I will. Piss on it good. That'll learn him."
The 7 men left Seringapatam in the morning, travelling north. Chapter 5. Sharpe was curiously relieved when Colonel McCandless found him next morning, for the mood in the small upper rooms was awkward. Simone seemed ashamed by what had happened in the night, and when Sharpe tried to speak to her, she shook her head abruptly and would not meet his eye. She did try to explain to him, mumbling about the arrack and the jewels and about her disappointment in marriage, but she could not frame her words in adequate English, though no language was needed to show that she regretted what had happened, which was why Sharpe was glad to hear McCandless's voice in the alley beyond the staircase.
"I thought I told you to let me know where you were,"
McCandless complained when Sharpe appeared at the top of the steps.
"Well, I did, sir,"
Sharpe lied. "I told an ensign of the 78th to find you, sir."
"Well, they never arrived,"
McCandless said as he climbed the outside stairs.
"Are you telling me you spent the night alone with this woman, Sergeant?"
"Well, you told me to protect her, sir."
"I didn't tell you to risk her honour. You should have sought me out."
"Didn't want to bother you, sir."
"Duty is never a bother, Sharpe,"
McCandless said when he reached the small balcony at the stairhead.
"The General expressed a wish to dine with Madame Joubert, and I had to explain she was indisposed. I lied, Sharpe."
The Colonel thrust an indignant finger at Sharpe's chest.
"Well, what else could I do? I can hardly admit I'd left her alone with a sergeant."
"I'm sorry, sir."
"Well, there's no harm done, I suppose,"
McCandless said grudgingly, then took off his hat as he followed Sharpe into the living room, where Simone sat at the table.
"Good morning, madam,"
the Colonel boomed cheerfully.
"I trust you slept well?"
"Indeed, Colonel," Simone said, blushing, but McCandless was far too obtuse to see or to interpret the blush.
I have good news, madame, the Scotsman went on. General Wellesley is agreeable that you should rejoin your husband. There is, however, a difficulty.
It was McCandless's turn to blush.
I can provide no chaperone, madame, and you do not possess a maid. I assure you that you may rely utterly upon my honour, but your husband might object if you lack a female companion on the journey.
Pierre will have no objection, Colonel, Simon said meekly.
And I warrant Sergeant Sharpe will behave like a gentleman,
McCandless said with a fierce look at Sharpe. He does, Colonel, he does, Simon said, offering Sharpe a very shy glance.
Good,
McCandless said, relieved to be done with such a delicate topic. He slapped his cocked hat against his leg.
No rain again, he declared, and I dare say it'll be a hot day. You can be ready to ride in an hour, madame.
In less, Colonel.
1 hour will suffice, madame. You'll do me the honour, perhaps, of meeting me by the north gate. I'll have your horse ready, Sharpe.
They left promptly, riding northwards past the battery that had been dug to hammer the fort's big walls. The battery's 4 guns were mere 12-pounders, scarce big enough to dent the fort's wall, let alone break it down. But General Wellesley reckoned the garrison would be so disheartened by the city's swift defeat that even a few 12-pound shots might persuade them into surrender. The 4 guns had opened fire at dawn, but their firing was sporadic until McCandless led his party out of the city, when they suddenly all fired at once, and Simon's horse, startled by the unexpected noise, skittered sideways. Simon rode side-saddle just behind the colonel, while Severdgy and his men brought up the rear. Sharpe was wearing boots at last, the tall red leather boots with steel spurs that he'd dragged from the body of an Arab. He glanced back as they rode away. He saw the huge jet of smoke burst from a 12-pounder's muzzle, and a second later heard the percussive thump of the exploding charge, and, just as that sound faded, a crack as the ball struck the wall of the fort. Then the other 3 guns fired, and he imagined the steam hissing into the air as the gunners poured water on the overheated barrels. The fort's red walls blossomed with smoke as the defenders' cannon replied. But the pioneers had dug the gun as a deep battery and protected it with a thick wall of red earth, and the enemy's fire wasted itself in those defences. Then Sharpe rode past a grove of trees, and the distant fight was hidden, and the sound of the guns grew fainter and fainter as they rode further north, until at last the sound of the cannonade was a mere grumbling on the horizon. Then they dropped down the escarpment, and the noise of the guns faded away altogether. It was a disconsolate expedition. Colonel McCandless had nothing to say to Simon, who was still withdrawn. Sharpe tried to cheer her up, but his clumsy attempts only made her more miserable, and after a time he too fell silent. Women were a mystery, he thought. During the night Simon had clung to him as though she were drowning, but since the dawn it had seemed as if she would prefer to be drowned.
"Horsemen on our right, Sergeant,"
McCandless said, his tone a reproof that Sharpe had not spotted the cavalry first.
"Probably ours, but they could be enemy."
Sharpe stared eastwards. "They're ours, sir," he called, kicking his horse to catch up with McCandless. One of the distant horsemen carried the new Union flag, and Sharpe's good eyes had spotted the banner. The flag was easier to recognise at a distance these days, for since the incorporation of Ireland into the United Kingdom, a new red diagonal cross had been added to the flag, and though the new-fangled design looked odd and unfamiliar, it did make the banner stand out. The cavalry left a plume of dust as they rode to intercept McCandless's party. Severdgy and his men cantered to meet them, and Sharpe saw the 2 groups of horsemen greet each other warmly. The strangers turned out to be Brindaris from the Maratha states, who, like Severdgy, had sided with the British against Scindia. These mercenaries were under the command of a British officer, and, like Severdgy's men, they carried lances, tulvas, matchlock guns, flintlocks, pistols, and bows and arrows. They wore no uniform, but a handful of the 60 men possessed breastplates, and most had metal helmets that were crested with feathers or horsehair plumes. Their officer, a dragoon captain, fell in alongside McCandless and reported seeing a white-coated battalion on the far side of the river Godavery. "I didn't try and cross, sir," the captain said, "for they weren't exactly friendly."
"But you're sure they had white coats?"
"No doubts at all, sir," the captain said, thus confirming that Dodd must have crossed the river already. He added that he'd questioned some grain merchants who'd travelled south across the Godavery, and those men had told him that Pullman's Kompu was camped close to Aurangabad. That city belonged to Hyderabad, but the merchants had seen no evidence that the Marathas were preparing to besiege the city walls. The captain tugged his reins, turning his horse southwards so he could carry his news to Wellesley. "Bid you good day, Colonel. Your servant, ma'am." The dragoon officer touched his hat to Simone, then led his brigands away. McCandless decreed that they would camp that night on the south bank of the River Godavery, where Sharpe rigged 2 horse blankets as a tent for Simone. Severgy and his men made their beds on the bluff above the river, a score of yards from the tent, and McCandless and Sharpe spread their blankets alongside. The river was high, but it had still not filled the steep-sided ravine that successive monsoons had scarred into the flat earth, and Sharpe guessed that the river was only at half flood. If the belated monsoon did arrive, the Godavery would swell into a swirling torrent a full quarter-mile wide. But even half full, the river looked a formidable obstacle as it surged westwards with its burden of flotsam. "Too deep to wade," McCandless said as the sun fell. "Current looks strong, sir. It'll sweep you to your death, man. So how's the army to cross it, sir?" "With difficulty, Sharpe, with difficulty. But discipline always overcomes difficulty. Dodd got across, so we surely can." McCandless had been reading his Bible, but the falling dark now obscured the pages, and so he closed the book. Simone had eaten with them, but she'd been uncommunicative, and McCandless was glad when she withdrew behind her blankets. "Women upset matters," the Scotsman said unhappily. "They do, sir?" "Perturbations," McCandless said mysteriously. "Perturbations." The small flames of the campfire made his already gaunt face seem skeletal. He shook his head. "It's the heat, Sharpe. I'm convinced of it. The farther south you travel, the more sin is provoked among womankind. Now that makes sense, of course. Hell is a hot place, and hell is sin's destination." "So you think that heaven's cold, sir?" "I like to think it's bracing," the Colonel answered seriously. "Something like Scotland, I imagine. Certainly not as hot as India. And the heat here has a very bad effect on some women. It releases things in them." He paused, evidently deciding he risked saying too much. "I'm not at all convinced India is a place for European women," the Colonel went on, "and I shall be very glad when we're rid of Madame Joubert. Still, I can't deny that her predicament is propitious. It enables us to take a look at Lieutenant Dodd." Sharpe poked a half-burned scrap of driftwood into the hottest part of the fire, provoking an updraft of sparks. "Are you hoping to capture Lieutenant Dodd, sir? Is that why we're taking Madame back to her husband?" McCandless shook his head. "I doubt we'll get the chance, Sharpe. No, we're using our heaven-sent opportunity to take a look at our enemy. Our armies are marching into dangerous territory, for no place in India can raise armies the size of the Maratha forces, and we're precious few in number. We need intelligence, Sharpe. So when we reach them, watch and pray. Keep your eyes skinned. How many battalions? How many guns? What's the state of the guns? How many limbers? Look hard at the infantry. Matchlocks or firelocks? In a month or so we'll be fighting these rogues, so the more we know of them, the better." The Colonel scuffed earth onto the fire, dousing the last small flames that Sharpe had just provoked. "Now sleep, man. You'll be needing all your strength and wits in the morning." Next morning they rode downstream until they found a village next to a vast, empty Hindu temple. And in the village were small basket boats that resembled Welsh coracles, and McCandless hired a half-dozen of these as ferries. The unsaddled horses were made to swim behind the boats. It was a perilous crossing, for the brown current snatched at the light vessels and whirled them downstream. The horses, white-eyed, swam desperately behind the reed boats that Sharpe noted had no caulking of any kind, but depended on skilful close weaving to keep the water out, and the tug of the horses' leading reins strained the light wooden frames and stretched the weave, so that the boats let in water alarmingly. Sharpe used his shako to bail out his coracle, but the boatmen just grinned at his futile efforts and dug their paddles in harder. Once a half-submerged tree almost speared Sharpe's boat, and if the trunk had struck them, the boat must surely have been tipped over. But the two boatmen skilfully spun the coracle away, let the tree pass, then paddled on. It took half an hour to land and saddle the horses. Simone had shared a coracle with McCandless, and the brief voyage had soaked the bottom half of her thin linen dress so that the damp weave clung to her legs. McCandless was embarrassed and offered her a horse blanket for modesty's sake, but Simone shook her head. "Where do we go now, Colonel?" she asked. "Towards Aurungabad, ma'am," McCandless said gruffly, keeping his eyes averted from her beguiling figure. "But doubtless we shall be intercepted long before we reach that city. You'll be with your husband by tomorrow night, I don't doubt." Savage's men rode far ahead now, spread into a picket line to give warning of any enemy. This land all belonged to the Rajah of Hyderabad, an ally of the British. But it was frontier land, and the only friendly troops now north of the Godavari were the garrisons of Hyderabad's isolated fortresses. The rest were all Marathas, though Sharpe saw no enemies that day. The only people he saw were peasants, cleaning out the irrigation channels in their stubble fields, or tending the huge brick kilns that smoked in the sunlight. The brick workers were all women and children, greasy and sweaty, who gave the travellers scarcely a glance. "It's a hard life," Simone said to Sharpe as they passed one half-built kiln where an overseer lazed under a woven canopy and shouted at the children to work faster. "All life's hard, unless you got money," Sharpe said, grateful that Simone had at last broken her silence. They were riding a few paces behind the colonel, and kept their voices low so he couldn't hear them. "Money and rank," Simone said. "Rank?" Sharpe asked. "They're usually the same thing," Simone said. "Colonels are richer than captains, are they not?" "And captains are generally richer than sergeants," Sharpe thought, but he said nothing. Simone touched the pouch at her waist. "I should give you back your diamonds." "Why?" "Because—" she said, but then fell silent for a while. "I don't want you to think—" She tried again, but the words would not come. Sharpe smiled at her. "Nothing happened, love," he told her. "That's what you say to your husband. Nothing happened. And you found the diamonds on a dead body. He will want me to give them to him, for his family." "Then don't tell him." "He's saving money," Simone explained, "so his family can live without work." "Well, we all want that. Dream of life without work, we do. That's why we all want to be officers." "And I think to myself," she went on, as if Sharpe had not spoken, "what shall I do? I cannot stay here in India. I must go to France. We are like ship sergeant who look for a safe harbour." "And Pierre is safe?" "He is safe," Simone said bleakly, and Sharpe understood what she'd been thinking for the last 2 days. He could offer her no security, while her husband could, and although she found Pierre's world stultifying, she was terrified by the alternative. She had dared taste that alternative for one night, but now shied away from it. "You do not think badly of me?" she asked Sharpe anxiously. "I'm probably half in love with you," Sharpe told her. "So how can I think badly of you?" She seemed relieved, and for the rest of that day she chatted happily enough. McCandless questioned her closely about Dodd's regiment, how it had been trained and how it was equipped, and though she'd taken scant interest in such things, her replies satisfied the colonel, who penciled notes in a small black book. They slept that night in a village, and next day rode even more warily. "When we meet the enemy, Sharpe," McCandless advised him, "keep your hands away from your weapon." "Yes, sir." "Give a Maratha one excuse to think you're hostile," the colonel said cheerfully, "and I'll use you as an archery butt. They don't make decent heavy horsemen, but as raiders they're unsurpassed. They attack in swarms, Sharpe, a horde of horsemen, like watching a storm approach. Nothing but dust and the shine of swords. Magnificent." "But you like them, sir?" Sharpe asked. "I like the wild, Sharpe," McCandless said fiercely. "We've tamed ourselves at home, but out here a man still lives by his weapon and his wits. I shall miss that when we've imposed order." "So why tame it, sir?" "Because it's our duty, Sharpe, God's duty. Trade, order, law, and Christian decency, that's our business." McCandless was gazing ahead to where a patch of misty white hung just above the northern horizon. It was dust kicked into the air, and maybe it was nothing more than a herd of cattle or a flock of sheep, but the dust smear grew, and suddenly Savage's men veered sharply away to the west and galloped out of sight. "Are they running out on us, sir?" Sharpe asked. The enemy will likely enough treat you and me with respect, Sharpe, McCandless said, but Savage cannot expect courtesy from them. They regard him as a traitor and execute him on the spot. We'll meet up with him when we've delivered Madame Joubert to her husband. He and I have arranged a rendezvous. The dust cloud drew nearer, and Sharpe saw a sliver of reflected sunlight glint in the whiteness, and he knew he was seeing the first sign of McCandless's magnificent wild horsemen. The storm was coming. The Mahratta cavalrymen had spread into a long line as they approached McCandless's small party. There were, Sharpe guessed, 200 or more of the horsemen, and as they drew nearer, the flanks of their line quickened to form a pair of horns that would encircle their prey. McCandless feigned not to notice the threat, but kept riding gently ahead while the wild horns streamed past in a flurry of dust and noise. They were, Sharpe noticed, small men on small horses. British cavalry were bigger, and their horses were heavier, but these nimble horsemen still looked effective enough. The curved blades of their drawn tulwars glittered like their plumed helmets, which rose to a sharp point decorated with a crest. Some of the crests were horsetails, some vultures' feathers, and some just brightly coloured ribbons. More ribbons were woven into their horses' plaited manes, or were tied to the horn-tips of the archers' bows. The horsemen pounded past McCandless, then turned with a swerve, a slew of choking dust, a skid of hooves, a jangle of curb chains, and the thump of scabbarded weapons. The Mahratta leader confronted McCandless, who pretended to be surprised to find his path blocked, but nevertheless greeted the enemy with an elaborate and confident courtesy. The cavalry commander was a wildly bearded man with a scarred cheek, a wall eye and lank hair that hung far below his helmet's cloth-rimmed edge. He held his tulwar menacingly, but McCandless ignored the blade's threat. Indeed, he ignored most of what the enemy commander said, and instead boomed his own demands in a voice that showed not the least nervousness. The Scotsman towered over the smaller horsemen, and because he seemed to regard his presence among them as entirely natural, they meekly accepted his version of what was happening. "I've demanded that they escort us to Poland," the Scotsman informed Sharpe. "They probably planned on doing that anyway, sir." "Of course they did, but it's far better that I should demand it, and they should impose it," McCandless said, and then with a lordly gesture he gave permission for the Mahratta chief to lead the way, and the enemy dutifully formed themselves into an escort either side of the three Europeans. "Fine-looking beggars, are they not?" McCandless asked. "Wicked, sir, but sadly out of date." "They could fool me, sir," Sharpe said. For though many of the Mahratta horsemen carried weapons that might have been more usefully employed at Agincourt or Cressy than in modern India, all had firelocks in their saddle holsters, and all had savagely curved tulwars. McCandless shook his head. "Well, they may be the finest light horsemen in the world, but they won't press a charge home, and they can't stand volley fire. There's rarely any need to form square against men like these, Sharpe. They're fine for picket work, unrivalled at pursuit, but chary of dying in front of the guns." "Can you blame them?" Simon asked. "I don't blame them, madame," McCandless said. "But if a horse can't stand fire, then it's of scant use in battle. You don't gain victories by rattling across country like a pack of hunters, but by enduring the enemy's fire and overcoming it. That's where a soldier earns his pay, hard under the enemy muzzles." And that, Sharpe thought, was something he had never really done. He'd faced the French in Flanders years before, but those battles had been fleeting and rain-obscured, and the lines had never closed on each other. He had not stared at the whites of the enemy's eyes, heard his volleys and returned them. He had fought at Malavelli, but that battle had been one volley and a charge, and the enemy had not contested the day but fled, while at Seringapatam Sharpe had been spared the horror of going through the breach. One day he realized he would have to stand in a battle line and endure the volleys, and he wondered whether he would stand or instead break in terror, or whether he would even live to see a battle, for despite McCandless's blithe confidence, there was no assurance that he'd survive this visit to the enemy's encampment. They reached Pullman's army that evening. The camp was a short march south of Aurungabad, and it was visible from miles away because of the great smear of smoke that hung in the sky. Most of the campfires were burning dried cakes of bullock dung, and the acrid smoke caught in Sharpe's throat as he trotted through the lines of infantry shelters. It all looked much like a British camp, except that most of the tents were made from reed matting rather than canvas. But the lines were still neatly arrayed. Muskets were carefully stacked in threes, and a disciplined ring of pickets guarded the camp's perimeter. They passed some European officers exercising their horses, and one of those men spurred to intercept the newcomers. He ignored McCandless and Sharpe, raised his plumed hat to Simone instead. "Bonsoir, madame." Simone did not look at the man, but just tapped her horse's rump with her riding crop. "That fellow's French, sir," Sharpe said to McCandless. "I do speak the language, Sergeant," the Colonel said. "So what's a frog doing here, sir?" "Same as Lieutenant Dodd, Sharpe, teaching Scindia's infantry how to fight." "Don't they know how to fight, sir? Thought it came natural." "They don't fight as we do," McCandless said, watching the rebuffed Frenchman canter away. "How's that, sir?" "The European sergeant has learned to close the gap fast. The closer you are to a man, the more likely you are to kill him. However, the closer you get, the more likely you are to be killed. But it's no use entertaining that fear in battle. Get up close, hold your ranks, and start killing. That's the trick of it. But given a chance, an Indian will hold back and try to kill at long range. Fellows like Dodd are teaching them how to close the gap hard and fast. You need discipline for that. Discipline and tight ranks and good sergeants. No doubt he's teaching them how to use cannon as well." The Colonel spoke sourly, for they were trotting beside an artillery park that was crammed with heavy cannon. The guns looked odd to Sharpe, for many of them had been cast with ornate patterns on their barrels, and some were even painted in gaudy colours. But they were neatly parked, and all had limbers and full sets of equipment, rammers and worm screws and handspikes and buckets. The axles gleamed with grease, and there was not a spot of rust to be seen on the long barrels. Someone knew how to maintain guns, and that suggested they also knew how to use them. "Counting them, Sharpe?" McCandless asked abruptly. "No, sir." 17 in that pack, mostly 9-pounders, but there are some much heavier brutes at the back. Keep your eyes open, man. That's why we're here." "Yes, sir, of course, sir." They passed a line of tethered camels, then a compound where a dozen elephants were being brought their supper of palm leaves and butter-soaked rice. Children followed the men carrying the rice to the scavenge with slop from the pails. Some of the Mahratta escort had spurred ahead to spread news of the visitors, and curious crowds gathered to watch as McCandless and his 2 companions rode still deeper into the huge encampment. Those crowds became thicker as they drew close to the camp's centre, which was marked by a spread of large tents. One of the tents was made of blue and yellow striped canvas, and in front of it were twin flagpoles, though the wind was slack and the brightly coloured banners just hung from their tall poles. "Leave the talking to me," McCandless ordered Sharpe. "Of course, sir." Simone suddenly gasped. Sharpe turned and saw she was staring across the heads of the curious crowd towards a group of European officers. She looked at Sharpe suddenly, and he saw the sadness in her eyes. She gave him a half-smile. "Pierre," she offered in brief explanation. Then she shrugged and tapped her horse with her crop so that it hurried away from Sharpe. Her husband, a small man in a white coat, gazed in disbelief, then ran to meet her with a look of pleasure on his face. Sharpe felt oddly jealous of him. "Well, that's our main duty discharged," McCandless said happily. "A disobliging woman, I thought." "Unhappy, sir." "Doesn't have enough to keep her busy, that's why. The devil likes idle hands, Sharpe. Well, then he must hate me, sir, most of the time." He stared after Simone, watching her as she slid down from the saddle and was embraced by her shorter husband. Then the crowds hid the couple from him. Someone shouted an insult at the 2 British horsemen, and the other spectators jeered or laughed. But Sharpe, despite their hostility, took some consolation from McCandless's confidence. The Scotsman, indeed, was in a happier mood than he'd shown for days, for he revelled being in his enemy's lines. A group of men emerged from the big striped tent. They were almost all Europeans, and in their forefront was a tall muscle man in shirt-sleeves, who was attended by a bodyguard of Indian soldiers wearing purple coats. "That's Colonel Pullman," McCandless said, nodding towards the big red-faced man. "Or the fellow who used to be a sergeant, sir." "That's him." "You've met him, sir?" "Once, a couple of years back. He's an affable sort of man, Sharpe, but I doubt he's trustworthy." If Pullman was surprised to see a British officer in his camp, he didn't show it. Instead, he spread his arms in an expansive gesture of welcome. "Are you new recruits?" he shouted in greeting. McCandless did not bother to answer the mocking question, but just slid from his horse. "You don't remember me, Colonel?" "Of course I remember you," Pullman said with a smile. "Colonel Hector McCandless,
once of His Majesty's Scotch Brigade, and now in the service of the East India Company. How could I forget you, Colonel? You tried to make me read the Bible."
Pullman grinned, displaying tobacco-stained teeth.
"But you haven't answered my question, Colonel. Have you come to join our army?" "I am the merest emissary, Colonel," McCandless said, beating dust from the kilt that he'd insisted on wearing in honour of meeting the enemy. The garment was causing some amusement to Pullman's companions, though they took care not to let their smiles show if McCandless glanced their way. "I brought you a woman," McCandless added in explanation. "How do you say in England, Colonel?" Pullman asked with a puzzled frown. "Calls to Newcastle?" "I offered safe conduct to Madame Joubert," the Scotsman said stiffly. "So that was Simone I saw riding past," Pullman said. "I did wonder. Then she'll be welcome, I dare say. They have enough of everything in this army. Cannon, muskets, horses, ammunition, men. But there can never really be enough women in any army, can there?" He laughed, then summoned 2 of his purple-coated bodyguards to take charge of the horses. "You've ridden a long way, Colonel," Pullman said to McCandless, "so let me offer you refreshment. You too, Sergeant." He included Sharpe in his invitation. "You must be tired." "I'm sore after that ride, sir," Sharpe said, dropping clumsily and gratefully from the saddle. "You're not used to horses, eh?" Pullman crossed to Sharpe and draped a genial arm about his shoulders. "You're an infantryman, which means you've got hard feet and a soft bum. Me, I never like being on a horse. You know how I go to battle? On an elephant. That's the way to do it, Sergeant. What's your name?" "Sharpe, sir." "Then welcome to my headquarters, Sergeant Sharpe. You're just in time for supper." He steered Sharpe into the tent, then stopped to let his guests stare at the lavish interior, which was carpeted with soft rugs, hung with silk drapes, lit with ornate brass chandeliers, and furnished with intricately carved tables and couches. McCandless scowled at such luxury, but Sharpe was impressed. "Not bad, eh?" Pullman squeezed Sharpe's shoulders. "For a former sergeant." "You, sir?" Sharpe asked, pretending not to know Pullman's history. "I was a sergeant in the East India Company's Hanoverian regiment," Pullman boasted, "quartered in a rat hole in Madras. Now I command a king's army and have all these powdered fops to serve me." He gestured at his attendant officers, who, accustomed to Pullman's insults, smiled tolerantly. "Need a piss, Sergeant?" Pullman asked, taking his arm from Sharpe's shoulders. "A wash?" "I wouldn't mind both, sir." "Out the back." He pointed the way. "Then come back and drink with me." McCandless had watched this bonhomie with suspicion. He also smelt the reek of strong liquor on Pullman's breath, and suspected he was doomed to an evening of hard drinking, in which even though McCandless himself would refuse all alcohol, he would have to endure the drunken badinage of others. It was a grim prospect, and one he did not intend to endure alone. "Not you, Sharpe," he hissed when Sharpe returned to the tent. "Not me, what, sir?" "You're to stay sober, you hear me? I'm not mollycoddling your sore head all the way back to the army." "Of course not, sir," Sharpe said, and for a time he tried to obey McCandless, but Pullman insisted Sharpe join him in a toast before supper. "You're not an abstainer, are you?" Pullman demanded of Sharpe in feigned horror when the sergeant tried to refuse a beaker of brandy. "You're not a Bible-reading abstainer, are you? Don't tell me the British Army is becoming moral." "No, sir, not me, sir." "Then drink with me to King George of Hanover and of England." Sharpe obediently drank to the health of their joint sovereign, then to Queen Charlotte, and those twin courtesies emptied his beaker of brandy, and a serving girl was summoned to fill it, so that he could toast His Royal Highness George, Prince of Wales. "You like the girl?" Pullman asked, gesturing at the serving girl, who swerved lithely away from a French major who was trying to seize her sari. "She's pretty, sir," Sharpe said. "They're all pretty, Sergeant. I keep a dozen of them as wives, another dozen as servants, and God knows how many others who merely aspire to those positions." "Oh, you look shocked, Colonel McCandless." "A man who dwells among the tents of the ungodly," McCandless said, "will soon pick up ungodly ways." "And thank God for it," Pullman retorted, then clapped his hands to summon the supper dishes. A score of officers ate in the tent. Half a dozen were Marathas, the rest Europeans, and just after the bowls and platters had been placed on the tables, Major Dodd arrived. Night was falling,
and candles illuminated the tent's shadowed interior, but Sharpe recognized Dodd's face instantly. The sight of the long jaw, sallow skin, and bitter eyes brought back sharp memories of Chazalgan, of flies crawling on Sharpe's eyes and in his gullet, and of the staccato bangs as men stepped over the dead to shoot the wounded. Dodd, oblivious of Sharpe's glare, nodded to Pullman. "I apologize, Colonel Pullman, for being late," he announced with stiff formality. "I expected Captain Joubert to be late," Pullman said, "for a man newly reunited with his wife has better things to do than hurry to his supper, if indeed he takes his supper at all. Were you also welcoming Simon, Major?" "I was not, sir. I was attending to the pickets." "Major Dodd's attention to his duty puts us all to shame," Pullman said. "Do you have the pleasure of knowing Major Dodd, Colonel?" he asked McCandless. "I know the company will pay 500 guineas for Lieutenant Dodd's capture," McCandless growled, "and more now, I dare say, after his bestiality at Chazalgan." Dodd showed no reaction to the Colonel's hostility, but Pullman smiled. "You've come for the reward money, Colonel. Is that it?" "I wouldn't touch the money," McCandless said, "for it's tainted by association, tainted by murder, Colonel, and by disloyalty and dishonour." The words were spoken to Pullman, but addressed to Dodd, whose face seemed to tighten as he listened. He had taken a place at the end of the table and was helping himself to the food. The other guests were silent, intrigued by the tension between McCandless and Dodd. Pullman was enjoying the confrontation. "You say Major Dodd is a murderer, Colonel?" "A murderer and a traitor." Pullman looked down the table. "Major Dodd, you have nothing to say?" Dodd reached for a loaf of flat bread that he tore in half. "When I had the misfortune to serve in the company, Colonel," he said to Pullman, "Colonel McCandless was well known as the head of intelligence. He did the dishonourable job of spying on the company's enemies, and I've no doubt that is his purpose here. He can spit all he likes, but he's here to spy, Colonel." Pullman smiled. "Is that true, McCandless?" "I returned Madame Joubert to her husband, Pullman, nothing more," McCandless insisted. "Of course it's more," Pullman said. "Major Dodd is right. You're head of the company's intelligence service, are you not? Which means that you saw in dear Simon's predicament a chance to inspect our army." "You infer too much," McCandless said. "Nonsense, Colonel. Do try the lamb. It's seethed in milk curds. So, what do you wish to see?" "My bed," McCandless said curtly, waving away the lamb dish. He never touched meat. "Just my bed," he added. "And see it you shall," Pullman said genially. The Hanoverian paused, wondering whether to reignite the hostility between McCandless and Dodd, but he must have decided that each had insulted the other sufficiently. "But tomorrow, Colonel, I will provide a tour of inspection for you. You may say whatever you like, McCandless. You can watch our gunners at work, you may inspect our infantry, you may go wherever you wish and talk to whoever you desire. You have nothing to hide." He smiled at the astonished McCandless. "You are my guest, Colonel, so I must show you a proper hospitality." He was as good as his word, and next morning McCandless was invited to inspect all of Pullman's compu. "I wish there were more troops here," Pullman said, "but Sindier is a few miles northwards with Salers and Dupont's compus. I like to think they're not as able as mine, but in truth they're both very good units. Both have European officers, of course, and both are properly trained. I can't say as much for the Rajah of Behrar's infantry, but his gunners are the equal of ours." McCandless said very little all morning, and Sharpe, who'd learned to read the Scotsman's moods, saw that he was severely discomfited. And no wonder, for Pullman's troops looked as fine as any in the company's service. The Hanoverian commanded 6,500 infantry, 500 cavalry, and as many pioneers, who served as engineers, and possessed 38 guns. This compu alone outnumbered the infantry of Wellesley's army, and was much stronger in guns. And there were 2 similar compus in Sindier's service, let alone his horde of cavalry. It was no surprise, Sharpe thought, that McCandless's spirits were falling, and they fell even further when Pullman arranged for a demonstration of his artillery. And the Scotsman, feigning gratitude to his host, was forced to watch as teams of gunners served a battery of big 18-pounder guns with all the alacrity and efficiency of the British army. "Well-made pieces, too," Pullman boasted, leading McCandless up to the hot guns that stood behind the swathes of burnt grass caused by their muzzle fire. "A little gaudy, perhaps, for European tastes, but none the worse for that." The guns were all painted in bright colours, and some had names written in a curly script on their breeches. "Megawati," Pullman read aloud. "The goddess of clouds. Inspect them, Colonel. They're well made. Our axle trees don't break, I can assure you." Pullman was willing to show McCandless even more, but after dinner the Scotsman elected to spend the afternoon in his borrowed tent. He claimed he wished a rest, but Sharpe suspected the Scotsman had endured enough humiliation, and wanted some quiet in which to make notes on all he'd seen. "We'll leave tonight, Sharpe," the Colonel said. "You can occupy yourself till then. Colonel Pullman wants me to ride with him on his elephant, sir." The Colonel scowled. "He likes to show off." For a moment he seemed about to order Sharpe to refuse the invitation. Then he shrugged. "Don't get seasick." The motion of the elephant's hodder was indeed something like a ship, for it swayed from side to side as the beast plodded northwards, and at first Sharpe had to grip onto the edge of the basket. But once he had accustomed himself to the motion, he relaxed and leant back on the cushioned seat. The hodder had 2 seats, one in front of the other, and Sharpe had the rearmost. But after a while Pullman twisted in his seat and showed how he could raise his own backrest and lay it flat, so that the whole hodder became one cushioned bed that could be concealed by the curtains that hung from the wicker-framed canopy. End of Side 4. Side 5. "It's a fine place to bring a woman, Sergeant," Pullman said, as he restored the backrest to its upright position. "But the girth straps broke once, and the whole thing fell off. It fell slowly, luckily, and I still had my breeches on, so not too much dignity was lost." "You don't look like a man who worries much about dignity, sir." "I worry about reputation," Pullman said, "which isn't the same thing. I keep my reputation by winning victories and giving away gold. Those men," he gestured at his purple-coated bodyguards who marched on either flank of the elephant, "are each paid as much as a lieutenant in British service. And as for my European officers," he laughed, "they're all making more money than they dreamed possible. Look at 'em." He jerked his head at the score of European officers who followed the elephant. Dobb was among them, but riding apart from the others, and with a morose expression on his long face, as though he resented having to pay court to his commanding officer. His horse was a sway-backed, hard-mouthed mare, a poor beast as ungainly and sullen as her master. "Greed, Sharpe, greed! That's the best motive for a soldier," Pullman said. "Greed will make them fight like demons, if our Lord and Master ever allows us to fight." "You think he won't, sir?" Pullman grinned. "Scindia listens to his astrologers rather more than he listens to his Europeans. But I'll slip the bastard some gold when the time comes, and they'll tell him the stars are propitious, and he'll give me the whole army and let me loose." "How big is the whole army, sir?" Pullman smiled, recognizing that Sharpe was asking questions on behalf of Colonel McCandless. "By the time you face us, Sergeant, we should have over 100,000 men. And of those, 15,000 infantry are first class, 30,000 infantry are reliable, and the rest are horsemen, who are only good for plundering the wounded. We'll also have 100 guns, all of them as good as any in Europe. And how big will your army be?" "Dunno, sir," Sharpe said woodenly. Pullman smiled. "Wellesley has maybe 7,500 men, infantry and cavalry, while Colonel Stephenson has perhaps another 7,000, so together you'll number, 14,500, with 40 guns? You think 14,000 men can beat 100,000? And what happens, Sergeant Sharpe, if I manage to catch one of your little armies before the other can support it?" Sharpe said nothing, and Pullman smiled. "You should think about selling me your skills, Sharpe." "Yes, sir," Sharpe answered lightly. "You, Sergeant Sharpe," Pullman said forcibly, and the Hanoverian twisted in his seat to stare at Sharpe. "That's why I invited you this afternoon. I need European officers, Sharpe, and any man as young as you who becomes a sergeant must have rare ability. I'm offering you rank and riches, Sharpe. Look at me. 10 years ago I was a sergeant like you. Now I ride to war on an elephant. Need 2 more to carry my gold and have 3 dozen women competing to sharpen my sword. Have you ever heard of George Thomas? No, sir. An Irishman, Sergeant, and not even a soldier. George was an illiterate seaman out of the gutters of Dublin, and before he drank himself to death, poor man, he'd become the Begum Somru's general. I think he was her lover too, but there ain't any distinction with that particular lady. But before he died, George needed a whole herd of elephants to haul his gold about. And why? Because the Indian princes, Sergeant, need our skills. Equip yourself with a good European, and you'll win your wars. I captured 72 guns at the Battle of Malpura, and I demanded the weight of one of those guns in pure gold as my reward. I got it too. In 10 years you could be as rich as you want, rich as Benoit de Boin. You must have heard of him. No, sir. He was a Savoyard, Sergeant, and in just 4 years he made £100,000, and then he went off home and married a 17-year-old girl fresh from her father's castle. In only 4 years, from being a captain in Savoy's army to being governor of half Scindia's territory. There's a fortune to be made here, and rank and birth don't come into it. Only ability counts, nothing but ability.
Pullman paused, his eyes on Sharpe. I'll make you a lieutenant tomorrow, Sergeant.
You can fight in my compu, and if you're any damn good, then you'll be a captain by month's end.
Sharpe looked at the Hanoverian, but said nothing. Pullman smiled.
What are your chances of getting a commission in the British Army?
Sharpe grinned.
No chance, sir. So, I offer you rank, wealth, and as many BBs as you can handle. Is that why Mr. Dodd deserted, sir?
Pullman smiled.
Major Dodd deserted, Sharpe, because he faces execution for murder, and because he's sensible, and because he wants my job, not that he'd admit to that.
The Hanoverian twisted in the hodder.
Major Dodd! He shouted.
The Major urged his awkward horse to the elephant's side and looked up into the hodder.
Sir? Sergeant Sharpe wants to know why you joined us.
Dodd gave Sharpe a suspicious look, but then shrugged.
I run because there's no future in the company, he said. I was a lieutenant for 22 years, Sergeant, 22 years. Doesn't matter to the company how good a soldier you are, you have to wait your turn. And all the while I watched wealthy young fools buying themselves majorities in the king's ranks, and I had to bow and scrape to the useless bastards. Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bloody bags full, sir. I gotta carry your bag, sir, and wipe your ass, sir.
Dodd had been getting angrier and angrier as he spoke, but now made an effort to control himself.
I couldn't join the King's Army, Sergeant, because my father runs a grist mill in Suffolk, and there ain't no money to buy a King's commission. That meant I was only fit for the company, and King's officers treat company men like dirt. I can outfight 20 of the bastards, but ability don't count in the company. Keep your nose clean, wait your turn, then die for the shareholders when the court of directors tells you.
He was becoming angry again.
That's why, he finished curtly. And you, Sergeant, Pullman asked, what opportunities will the army offer you?
Don't know, sir.
You do know, Pullman said. You do know.
The elephant had stopped, and the Hanoverian now pointed ahead, and Sharpe saw that they'd come to the edge of a wood, and a half-mile away was a great city with walls like those the Scots had climbed at Ahmednugger. The city walls were bright with flags, while its embrasures glinted with the reflection of sunlight from gun barrels.
That's Aurangabad, Pullman said, and everyone inside those walls is pissing themselves, in fear that I'm about to start a siege. But you're not? I'm looking for Wellesley, Pullman said. And you know why? Because I've never lost a battle, Sharpe, and I'm going to add a British Major General's sword to my trophies. Then I'll build myself a palace, a bloody great marble palace, and I'll line the halls with British guns, and hang British colours to shield my bedroom from the sun, and I'll bounce my BBs on a mattress stuffed with the hair of British horses.
Pullman luxuriated in that dream for a while,
and then with a last glance at the city ordered the mahout to turn the elephant about. "When is McKenda's leaving?" he asked Sharpe. "Tonight, sir. After dark? Around midnight, sir, I think." "That gives you plenty of time to think, Sergeant. To think of your future. To contemplate what the Red Coat offers you, and what I offer you. And when you have thought about those things, come to me." I'm thinking on it, sir, Sharpe said. I'm thinking on it. And he was. Chapter 6. Colonel McCandless excused himself from Pullman's supper, but did not forbid Sharpe to attend. "But don't get drunk," he warned the sergeant, "and be at my tent at midnight. I want to be back at the River Gadavry by dawn." "Yes, sir," Sharpe said dutifully, then went to Pullman's tent where most of the Compoo's officers had gathered. Dodd was there, and so were a half-dozen wives of Pullman's European officers, and among them was Simone Joubert, though there was no sign of her husband. "He's in charge of the army pickets tonight," Simone explained when Sharpe asked her, "and Colonel Pullman invited me to it." "He invited me to join his army," Sharpe told her. "He did?" Her eyes widened as she stared up from her chair. "And will you?" "It would mean I'd be close to you, ma'am," Sharpe said, "and that's an inducement." Simone half smiled at the clumsy gallantry. "I think you would not be a good soldier if you changed your loyalty for a woman, Sergeant." "He says I'll be an officer," Sharpe said. "And is that what you want?" Sharpe squatted on his heels so that he could be closer to her. The other European wives saw him crouch and pursed their mouths with a disapproval born of envy, but Sharpe was oblivious of their gaze. "I think I'd like to be an officer, yes. And I can think of one very good reason to be an officer in this army." Simone blushed. "I'm a married woman, Sergeant. You know that." "Well, even married women need friends," Sharpe said. And just then a large hand took unceremonious hold of his clubbed hair and hauled him to his feet. Sharpe turned belligerently on whoever had manhandled him, then saw that it was a smiling Major Dodd. "Can't have you stooping to women, Sharpe," Dodd said before offering an ungainly bow to Simone. "Good evening, madam." "Major?" Simone acknowledged him coldly. "You will forgive me, madam, if I steal Sergeant Sharpe from you?" Dodd asked. "I want a word with him. Come on, Sharpe." He plucked Sharpe's arm, guiding him across the tent. The Major was very slightly drunk, and evidently intent on becoming more drunk, for he snatched a whole jug of arrack from a servant, then scooped up 2 beakers from a table. "Fancy Madame Joubert, do you?" he asked Sharpe. "I like her well enough, sir. She's spoken for, Sergeant. Remember that if you join us. She's spoken for." "You mean she's married, sir?" "Married?" Dodd laughed, then poured the arrack and gave 1 beaker to Sharpe. "How many European officers can you see here? And how many European women? And how many of them are young and pretty like Madame Joubert? Work it out, lad. And you're not jumping the queue." Dodd smiled as he spoke, evidently meaning his tone to be jocular. "But you are joining us, aren't you?" "I'm thinking about it, sir." "You'll be in my regiment, Sharpe," Dodd said. "I need European officers. I've only got Joubert, he's no damn use. So I've spoken with Pullman, and he says you can join my Cobras. I'll give you 3 companies of your own to look after, and God help you if they're not kept in prime condition. I like to look after the men, because come battle, they look after you. But God help any officer who lets me down." He paused to drink half his arrack and pour some more. "I'll work you hard, Sharpe. I'll work you damned hard. But there'll be plenty of gold washing around this army once we've thrashed Boy Wellesley. Money's your reward, lad, money." "Is that why you're here, sir?" "So we're all here, you fool. All except Joubert, who was posted here by his government and is too damn timid to help himself to Cindy's gold. So, report to me in the morning. We're marching north tomorrow night, which means you'll have 1 day to learn my ropes, and after that, you're Mr. Sharpe, gentlemen. Come to me tomorrow morning, Sharpe, at dawn. Get rid of that damn red coat." He poked Sharpe's chest hard. "I see a red coat," he went on, "and I want to start killing." He grinned, showing yellow teeth. "Is that what happened at Châtelgown, sir?" Sharpe asked. Dodd's grin vanished. "Why the hell do you ask that?" he growled. Sharpe had asked because he'd been remembering the massacre, and wondering if he could ever serve under a man who'd ordered such a killing. But he said none of that. He shrugged instead. "I heard tales, sir, but no one ever tells us anything proper. You know that, sir. So, I just wondered what happened there." Dodd considered that answer for a moment, then shrugged. I didn't take prisoners, Sharpe, that's what happened. Killed the bastards to the last man. And to the last boy, Sharpe thought, remembering Davilal. He remained impassive, not letting a hint of memory or hate show. Why not take prisoners, sir? Because it's war, Dodd said vehemently. When men fight me, Sergeant, I want them to fear me, because that way the battle's half won before it started. It ain't kind, I'm sure, but whoever said war was kind? And in this war, Sergeant— he waved his hand towards the officers clustering around Colonel Pullman— it's dog-eat-dog. We're all in competition, and you know who'll win? The most ruthless, that's who. So what did I do at Chesilgon? I made sure of a reputation, Sharpe, made a name for myself. That's the first rule of war, Sergeant. Make the bastards fear you. And you know what the second rule is? Don't ask questions, sir? Dodd grinned. No, lad. The second rule is never to reinforce failure. And the third, lad, is to look after your men. You know why I had that goldsmith thrashed? You've heard of that, haven't you? I'll tell you, it wasn't because he'd cheated me, which he did, but because he cheated some of my men. So I looked after them and let them give him a solid kicking, and the bastard died, which he deserved to do, rich fat bastard that he was. The Major turned and scowled at the servants bringing dishes from Pullman's cook tent. And they're just as bad here, Sharpe. Look at all that food. Enough to feed 2 regiments there, Sharpe, and the men are going hungry. No proper supply system, see? Costs money, that's why. You don't get issued food in this army, you go out and steal it. He plainly disapproved. I've told Pullman I have. Lay on a commissary, I said, but he won't. Because it costs money. Scindia hoards food in his fortresses, but he won't issue it, not unless he's paid. And Pullman won't give up a penny of profit. So no food ever comes, it just rots in the warehouses. Well, we have to keep moving, because after a week we've stripped one set of fields bare and have to go on to the next. It's no bloody way to run an army. Well, maybe one day you'll change the system, sir, Sharpe said. I will, Dodd said vigorously. I bloody will. And if you've any sense, lad, you'll be helping me. You learn one thing as a miller's son, Sergeant, and that's not just how to grind corn, but that a fool and his money are easily parted. And Sunday is a fool, but given a chance I'll make the bugger into the Emperor of India. He turned as a servant beat a gong with a muffled stick. Time for our victuals. It was a strangely subdued supper, though Pullman did his best to amuse his company. Sharpe had tried to manoeuvre himself into a seat beside Simone, but Dodd and a Swedish captain beat him to it, and Sharpe found himself next to a small Swiss doctor who spent the whole meal quizzing Sharpe about the religious arrangements in British regiments. Your chaplains are godly men, yeah? Drunken bastards, sir, most of them. Surely not. Well, I hauled 2 of them out of a whorehouse not a month ago, sir. They didn't want to pay, see? You're not telling me the truth. God's honour, sir. The Reverend Mr. Cooper was one of them, and it's a rare Sunday that he's sober. He preached a Christmas sermon at Easter. He was that puzzled. Most of the guests left early, Dodd among them, though a few diehards stayed on to give the Colonel a game of cards. Pullman grinned at Sharpe. You wager, Sharpe? I'm not rich enough, sir. Pullman shook his head in mock exasperation at the answer. I will make you rich, Sharpe. You believe me? I do, sir. So, you've made up your mind. You're joining me. I still want to think a bit, sir. Pullman shrugged. You have nothing to think about. You either become a rich man, or you die for King George. Sharpe left the remaining officers at their cards and walked away into the encampment. He really was thinking, or trying to think, and he sought a quiet place, but a crowd of soldiers were wagering on dogfights, and their cheers, as well as the yelps and snarls of the dogs, carried far through the darkness. Sharpe settled on an empty stretch of ground close to the picketed camels that carried Pullman's supply of rockets, and there he lay and stared up at the stars through the mist of smoke. 1,000,000 stars. He had always thought there was an answer to all life's mysteries in the stars, yet whenever he stared at them the answer slipped out of his grasp. He'd been whipped in the foundling home for staring at a clear-night sky through the workshop skylight. You ain't here to gawp at the dark, boy, the overseer had snapped. You're here to labour. And the whip had slashed down across his shoulders, and he dutifully looked down at the great tarry lump of hemp rope that had to be picked apart. The old ropes had been twisted and tightened, and tied into vast knots bigger than Sharpe himself, and they'd been used as fenders on the London docks. but when the grinding and thumping of the big ships had almost worn the old fenders through, they were sent to the foundling home to be picked apart, so that the strands could be sold as furniture stuffing, or to be mixed into wall plaster. "Got to learn a trade, boy," the master had told him again and again. And so Sharpe had learnt a trade, but it was not hemp-picking. He learned the killing trade. Load a musket, ram a musket, fire a musket. And he hadn't done much of it, not yet, but he liked doing it. He remembered Malavelli, remembered firing the volley at the approaching enemy, and he remembered the sheer exultation as all his unhappiness and anger had been concentrated into his musket's barrel and been gouted out in one explosive rush of flame, smoke, and lead. He didn't think of himself as unhappy, not now. The army had been good to him in these last years, but there was still something wrong in his soul. What that was he didn't know, because Sharpe didn't reckon he was any good at thinking. He was good at action, for whenever there was a problem to be solved, Sergeant Sharpe could usually find the solution. But he was not much use at simply thinking. But he had to think now, and he stared at the smoke-dimmed stars in the hope that they'd help him. But all they did was go on shining. Lieutenant Sharpe, he thought, and was surprised to realize that he saw nothing very odd in that idea. It was ridiculous, of course, Richard Sharpe an officer, but somehow he couldn't shake the idea loose. It was a laughable idea, he tried to convince himself. At least in the British Army it was, but not here, not in Pullman's army, and Pullman had once been a sergeant. "Bloody hell," he said aloud, and a camel belched in answer. The cheers of the spectators greeted the death of a dog, and, nearer, a soldier was playing one of the strange Indian instruments, plucking its long strings to make a sad, plangent music. In the British camp, Sharpe thought, there would be singing, but no one was singing here. They were too hungry, though hunger didn't stop a man from fighting. It had never stopped Sharpe. So these hungry men could fight, and they needed officers. And all he had to do was stand up, brush the dirt away, stroll across to Pullman's tent, and become Lieutenant Sharpe. Mr. Sharpe. And he'd do a good job, he knew that, better than Morris, better than most of the Army's junior officers. He was a good sergeant, a bloody good sergeant, and he enjoyed being a sergeant. He got respect, not just because of the stripes on his red sleeves, and not just because he'd been the man who blew the mine at Seringapatam, but because he was good and tough. He wasn't frightened of making a decision, and that was the key to it, he reckoned. And he enjoyed making decisions, and he enjoyed the respect that decisiveness brought him, and he realized he'd been seeking respect all his life. Christ, he thought, but would it not be a joy to walk back into the foundling home with braid on his coat, gold on his shoulders, and a sword at his side? That was the respect he wanted, from the bastards in Brewhouse Lane who'd said he'd never amount to anything, and who'd whipped him bloody because he was a bastard off the streets. By Christ, he thought, but going back there would make life perfect. Brewhouse Lane, him in a braided coat and a sword, and with Simone on his arm, and a dead king's jewels about her neck, and them all touching their hats and bobbing like ducks in a pond. Perfect, he thought, just perfect. And as he indulged himself in that dream, an angry shout came from the tents close to Pullman's marquee, and an instant later a gun sounded. There was a moment's pause after the gunshot, as if its violence had checked a drunken fight. Then Sharpe heard men laughing and the sound of hoofbeats. He was standing now, staring towards the big marquee. The horses went by quite close to him, and then the noise of their hooves receded into the dark. "Come back!" a man shouted in English, and Sharpe recognized McCandless's voice. Sharpe began running. "Come back!" McCandless shouted again. And then there was another gunshot, and Sharpe heard the colonel yelp like a whipped dog. A score of men were shouting now. The officers who'd been playing cards were running towards McCandless's tent, and Pullman's bodyguards were following them. Sharpe dodged round a fire, leapt a sleeping man, then saw a figure hurrying away from the commotion. The man had a musket in his hand, and he was half crouching, as if he didn't want to be seen. And Sharpe didn't hesitate, but just swerved and ran at the man. When the fugitive heard Sharpe coming, he quickened his pace, then realized he'd be caught, and so he turned on his pursuer. The man whipped out a bayonet and screwed it onto the muzzle of his musket. Sharpe saw the glint of moonlight on the long blade, saw the man's teeth white in the dark. Then the bayonet lunged at him. But Sharpe had dropped to the ground and was sliding forward in the dust beneath the blade. He wrapped his arms around the man's legs, heaved once, and the man fell backwards. Sharpe cuffed the musket aside with his left hand, then hammered his right hand down onto the moon-whitened teeth. The man tried to kick Sharpe's crutch, then clawed at his eyes, but Sharpe caught one of the hooked fingers in his mouth and bit hard. The man screamed in pain. Sharpe kept biting and kept hitting. Then he spat the severed fingertip into the man's face and gave him one last thump with his fist. "Bastard!" Sharpe said, and hauled the man to his feet. Two of Pullman's officers had arrived now, one still with a fan of cards in his hand. "Get his bloody musket!" Sharpe ordered them. The man struggled in Sharpe's hands, but he was much smaller than Sharpe, and a good kick between his legs brought him to order. "Come on, you bastard!" Sharpe said. One of the officers had picked up the fallen musket, and Sharpe reached over and felt the muzzle. It was hot, showing that the weapon had just been fired. "If you killed my colonel, you bastard, I'll kill you," Sharpe said, and dragged the man through the campfires to the knot of officers who gathered about the colonel's tent. McCandless's 2 horses were gone. Both the mare and the gelding had been stolen, and Sharpe realized it was their hoofbeats he had heard go past him. McCandless, woken by the noise of the horse thieves, had come from the tent and fired his pistol at the men, and one of them had fired back, and the bullet had buried itself in the colonel's left thigh. He was lying on the ground now, looking horribly pale, and Pullman was bellowing for his doctor to come quickly. "Who's that?" he demanded of Sharpe, and nodding at the prisoner. "It's the bastard who fired at Colonel McCandless, sir. Musket's still hot." The man proved to be one of Major Dodd's sepoys, one of the men who deserted with Dodd from the company, and who was put into the charge of Pullman's bodyguard. Sharpe knelt beside McCandless, who was trying not to cry aloud as the newly arrived doctor, the Swiss man who had sat beside Sharpe at dinner, examined his leg. "I was sleeping," the colonel complained. "Thieves, Sharpes, thieves!" "We'll find your horses," Pullman reassured the Scotsman, "and we'll find the thieves." "You promised me safety," McCandless complained. "The men will be punished," Pullman promised. Then he helped Sharpe and 2 other men lift the wounded colonel and carry him into the tent, where they laid him on the rope cot. The doctor said the bullet had missed the bone and no major artery was cut, but he still wanted to fetch his probes, forceps, and scalpels and tried to pull the ball out. "You want some brandy, McCandless?" Pullman asked. "Of course not. Tell him to get on with it." The doctor called for more lanterns, for water, and for his instruments, and then he spent 10 excruciating minutes looking for the bullet deep inside McCandless's upper thigh. The Scotsman uttered not a sound as the probe slid into his lacerated flesh, nor as the long-necked forceps were pushed down to find a purchase on the bullet. The Swiss doctor was sweating, but McCandless just lay with eyes tight shut and teeth clenched. "It comes now," the doctor said, and began to pull. But the flesh had closed on the forceps, and he had to use almost all his strength to drag the bullet up from the wound. It came free at last, releasing a spill of bright blood, and McCandless groaned. "All done now, sir," Sharpe told him. "Thank God," McCandless whispered. "Thank God." The Scotsman opened his eyes. The doctor was bandaging the thigh, and McCandless looked past him to Pullman. "This is treachery, Colonel. Treachery. I was your guest." "Your horses will be found, Colonel, I promise you," Pullman said. But though his men made a search of the camp, and though they searched until morning, the 2 horses were not found. Sharpe was the only man who could identify them, for Colonel McCandless was in no state to walk, but Sharpe saw no horses that resembled the stolen pair. But nor did he expect to, for any competent horse thief knew a dozen tricks to disguise his catch. The beast would be clipped, its coat would be dyed with blackball, it would be force-fed an enema so that its head drooped. Then it would as likely as not be put among the cavalry mounts where one horse looked much like another. Both McCandless's horses had been European-bred and were larger and of finer quality than most in Pullman's camp, yet even so Sharpe saw no sign of the 2 animals. Colonel Pullman went to McCandless's tent and confessed that the horses had vanished. "I shall pay you their value, of course," he added. "I won't take it," McCandless snapped back. The colonel was still pale and shivering despite the heat. His wound was bandaged, and the doctor reckoned it should heal swiftly enough, but there was a danger that the colonel's recurrent fever might return. "I won't take my enemy's gold," McCandless explained, and Sharpe reckoned it must be the pain speaking, for he knew the 2 missing horses must have cost the colonel dearly. "I shall leave you the money," Pullman insisted anyway. "And this afternoon we shall execute the prisoner." "Well, do what you must," McCandless grumbled. "Then we shall carry you northwards," the Hanoverian promised, "for you must stay under Dr. Fiedler's care." McCandless levered himself into a sitting position. "You'll not take me anywhere," he insisted angrily. "You'll leave me here, Pullman. I'll not depend on your care, but on God's mercy." He let himself drop back onto the bed and hissed with pain. "And Sergeant Sharpe can tend me." Pullman glanced at Sharpe. The Hanoverian seemed about to say that Sharpe might not wish to stay with McCandless, but then he just nodded his acceptance of McCandless's decision. "If you wish to be abandoned, McCandless, so be it." "I have more faith in God than in a faithless mercenary like you, Pullman." "As you wish, Colonel," Pullman said gently, then backed from the tent and gestured for Sharpe to follow. "He's a stubborn fellow, isn't he?" The Hanoverian turned and looked at Sharpe. "So, Sergeant, are you coming with us?" "No, sir," Sharpe said. Last night, he reflected, he had very nearly decided to accept the Hanoverian's offer, but the theft of the horses and the single shot fired by the sepoy had served to change Sharpe's mind. He couldn't leave McCandless to suffer, and, to his surprise, he felt no great disappointment in thus having the decision forced on him. Duty dictated he should stay, but so did sentiment, and he had no regret. "Someone has to look after Colonel McCandless, sir," Sharpe explained, "and he's looked after me in the past, so it's my turn now." "I'm sorry," Pullman said. "Truly I am. The execution will be in 1 hour. I think you should see it, so you can assure your colonel that justice was done." "Justice, sir?" Sharpe asked scornfully. "It ain't justice shooting that fellow. He was put up to it by Major Dodd." Sharpe had no proof of that, but he suspected it strongly. Dodd, he reckoned, had been hurt by McCandless's insults, and must have decided to add horse-thieving to his catalogue of crimes. "You have questioned your prisoner, haven't you, sir?" Sharpe asked. "Because he must know that Dodd was up to his neck in the business." Pullman smiled wearily. "The prisoner told us everything, Sergeant, or I assume he did. But what use is that? Major Dodd denies the men's story, and a score of sepoys swear the Major was nowhere near McCandless's tent when the shots were fired. And who would the British Army believe? A desperate man or an officer?" Pullman shook his head. "So you must be content with the death of one man, Sergeant." Sharpe expected that the captured sepoy would be shot, but there was no sign of any firing squad when the moment arrived for the man's death. 2 companies from each of Pullman's 8 battalions were paraded, the 16 companies making 3 sides of a hollow square, with Pullman's striped marquee forming the 4th side. Most of the other tents had already been struck, ready for the move northwards, but the marquee remained, and one of its canvas walls had been brailed up, so that the Compu's officers could witness the execution from chairs set in the tent's shade. Dodd was not there, nor were any of the regiment's wives, but a score of officers took their places and were served sweetmeats and drink by Pullman's servants. The prisoner was fetched onto the makeshift execution ground by 4 of Pullman's bodyguards. None of the 4 carried a musket. Instead, they were equipped with tent pegs, mallets, and short lengths of rope. The prisoner, who wore nothing but a strip of cloth around his loins, glanced from side to side as if trying to find an escape route. But on a nod from Pullman, the bodyguards kicked his feet out from beneath him, and then knelt beside his sprawling body and pinioned it to the ground by tying the ropes to his wrists and ankles, then fastening the bonds to the tent pegs. The condemned man lay there, spread-eagled, gazing up at the cloudless sky as the mallets banged the 8 pegs home. Sharpe stood to one side. No one spoke to him, no one even looked at him, and no wonder, he thought, for this was a farce. All the officers must have known that Dodd was the guilty man, yet the sepoy must die. The paraded troop seemed to agree with Sharpe, for there was a sullenness in the ranks. Pullman's Compu might be well armed and superbly trained, but it was not happy. The 4 bodyguards finished tying the prisoner down, then walked away to leave him alone in the centre of the execution ground. An Indian officer, resplendent in silk robes, and with a lavishly curved tulwar hanging from his belt, made a speech. Sharpe didn't understand a word, but he guessed that the watching soldiers were being harangued about the fate which awaited any thief. The officer finished, glanced once at the prisoner, then walked back to the tent, and just as he entered its shade, so Pullman's great elephant, with its silver-encased tusks and cascading metal coat, was led out from behind the marquee. The mahout guided the beast by tugging on one of its ears, but as soon as the elephant saw the prisoner, it needed no guidance, but just plodded across to the spread-eagled man. The victim shouted for mercy, but Pullman was deaf to the pleas. The colonel twisted round. "You're watching, Sharpe?" "You've got the wrong man, sir. You should have Dodd there." "Justice must be done," the colonel said, and turned back to the elephant that was standing quietly beside the victim, who twisted in his bonds, thrashed, and even managed to free one hand. But instead of using that free hand to tug at the other 3 ropes that held him, he flailed uselessly at the elephant's trunk. A murmur ran through the watching 16 companies. But the Jemadars and Havildars shouted, and the sullen murmur ceased. Pullman watched the prisoner struggle for a few more seconds, then took a deep breath. "Hada!" he shouted. "Hada!" The prisoners screamed in anticipation, as very slowly the elephant lifted one ponderous forefoot and moved its body slightly forward. The great foot came down on the prisoner's chest and seemed to rest there. The man tried to push the foot away, but he might as well have attempted to shove a mountain aside. Pullman leant forward, his mouth open, as slowly, very slowly, the elephant transferred its weight onto the man's chest. There was another scream. Then the man couldn't draw breath to scream again, but still he jerked and twitched, and still the weight pressed on him. And Sharpe saw his legs trying to contract against the bonds at his ankles, and saw his head jerk up. And then he heard the splinter of ribs and saw the blood spill and bubble at the victim's mouth. He winced, trying to imagine the pain as the elephant pressed on down, crushing bone and lung and spine. The prisoner gave one last jerk, his hair flapping. Then his head fell back and a great wash of blood brimmed from his open mouth and puddled beside his corpse. There was a last crunching sound. Then the elephant stepped back and a sigh sounded gently through the watching ranks. Pullman applauded, and the officers joined in. Sharpe turned away. "Bastards," he thought. "Bastards." And that night Pullman marched north. Sergeant Obadiah Hexwell was not an educated man, and he was not even particularly clever, unless slyness passed for wits, but he did understand one thing very well, and that was the impression he made on other men. They feared him. It didn't matter whether the other man was a raw private, fresh from the recruiting sergeant, or a general whose coat was bright with gold lace and heavy with braid. They all feared him, all but 2, and those 2 frightened Obadiah Hexwell. One was Sergeant Richard Sharpe, in whom Hexwell sensed a violence that was equal to his own, while the other was Major General Sir Arthur Wellesley, who, when he had been Colonel of the 33rd, had always been serenely impervious to Hexwell's threats. So Sergeant Hexwell would have much preferred not to confront General Wellesley, but when his convoy reached Ahmednagar, his inquiries established that Colonel McCandless had ridden north and had taken Sharpe with him, and the sergeant had known he could do nothing further without Wellesley's permission, and so he had gone to the general's tent, where he announced himself to an orderly who had informed an aide who had commanded the sergeant to wait in the shade of a banyan tree. He waited the best part of a morning, while the army readied itself to leave Ahmednagar. Guns were being attached to limbers, oxen harnessed to carts, and tents being struck by lascars. The fortress of Ahmednagar, fearing the same fate as the city, had meekly surrendered after a few cannon shots, and with both the city and its fort safe in his hands, Wellesley was now planning to march north, cross the Godavery, and seek out the enemy army. Sergeant Hexwell had no great wish to take part in that adventure, but he could see no other way of catching up with Sharpe, and so he was resigned to his fate. "Sergeant Hexwell?" An aide came from the general's big tent. "Sir!" Hexwell scrambled to his feet and stiffened to attention. "Sir Arthur will see you now, Sergeant." Hexwell marched into the tent, snatched off his shako, turned smartly to the left, quick-marched 3 short paces, then slammed to a halt in front of the camp table, where the general was doing paperwork. Hexwell stood quivering at attention. His face shuddered. "At ease, Sergeant." Wellesley, bareheaded, had barely glanced up from his papers as the sergeant entered. "Sir!" Hakeswill allowed his muscles to relax slightly.
"Papers for you, sir."
He pulled the warrant for Sharpe's arrest from his pouch and offered it to the General. Wellesley made no move to accept the warrant. Instead, he leant back in his chair and examined Hakeswill as though he'd never seen the sergeant before. Hakeswill stood rigid, his eyes staring at the tense brown wall above the General's head. Wellesley sighed and leant forward again, still ignoring the warrant.
"Just tell me, Sergeant," he said.
His attention already returned to the documents on his desk. An aide was taking whatever sheets the General signed, sprinkling sand on the signatures, then placing more papers on the table.
"I'm ordered here by Lieutenant Colonel Gore, sir, to apprehend Sergeant Sharpe, sir."
Wellesley looked up again, and Hakeswill almost quailed before the cold eyes. He sensed that Wellesley could see right through him, and the sensation made his face quiver in a series of uncontrollable twitches. Wellesley waited for the spasms to end.
"On your own, are you, Sergeant?"
the General asked casually.
"A detail of 6 men, sir."
"7 of you? To arrest 1 man?"
"Dangerous man, sir. I'm ordered to take him back to Rio, sir, so he can..."
"Spare me the details," Wellesley said, looking back to the next paper needing his signature. He tallied up a list of figures. "Since when did 4 12s and 18 yield a sum of 68? He asked no one in particular, then corrected the calculation before signing the paper. "And since when did Captain Lampert dispose of the artillery train?" The aide wielding the sand sprinkler blushed. "Colonel Eldridge, sir, is indisposed." Drunk, if the truth be known, which it was, but it was impolitic to say that a colonel was drunk in front of a sergeant. "Then invite Captain Lampert to supper. We must feed him some arithmetic, along with a measure of common sense," Sir Arthur said. He signed another paper, then rested his pen on a small silver stand before leaning back and looking at Hakeswill. He resented the sergeant's presence, not because he disliked Sergeant Hakeswill, though he did, but rather because Wellesley had long ago left behind the cares of being the commander of the 33rd, and he didn't want to be reminded of those duties now. Nor did he want to be in a position to approve or disapprove of his successor's orders, for that would be an impertinence. "Sergeant Sharpe is not here," he said coldly.
"So I hear, sir, but he was, sir."
"Nor am I the person you should be troubling with this matter, Sergeant," Wellesley went on, ignoring Hakeswill's question. He took up the pen again, dipped it in ink, and crossed a name from a list before adding his signature. "In a few days," he continued, "Colonel McCandless will return to the army, and you'll report to him with your warrant, and I've no doubt he will give the matter its due attention. Till then I shall employ you usefully. I won't have 7 men idling while the rest of the army works." Wellesley turned to the aide. "Where do we lack men, Barclay?" The aide considered for a moment. "Captain Mackay could certainly use some assistance, sir." "Very well." Wellesley pointed the pen's steel nib at Hakeswill. "You'll attach yourself to Captain Mackay. Captain Mackay commands our bullock train, and you will do whatever he desires until Colonel McCandless relieves you of that duty. Dismissed."
"Sir,"
Hakeswill said dutifully, but inwardly he was furious that the General had not shared his indignation about Sharpe. He about turned, stamped from the tent, and went to find his men.
"Going to the dogs,"
he said bitterly. "Sergeant?" Flaherty asked.
"The dogs. Time was in this army when even a general officer respected sergeants. Now we're to be bullock guards. Pick up your bleeding firelocks."
"Sharpe ain't here, Sergeant."
"Course he ain't here. If he was here we wouldn't be ordered to wipe bullocks' arses, would we? But he's coming back. General's word on it. Just a few days, lads, just a few days, and he'll be back with all his glittering stones hidden away."
Hakeswill's fury was abating. At least he hadn't been ordered to attach himself to a fighting battalion, and he was beginning to realize that any duty attached to the baggage animals would give him a fine chance to fillet the army's stores. Pickings were to be made there, and more than just the pickings of stores, for the baggage always travelled with the army's tale of women, and that meant more opportunity. It could be worse, Hakeswill thought, so long as this Captain Mackay was no martinet.
"You know what the trouble is with this army?" Hakeswill demanded.
"What?" Lowry asked.
"Full of bleeding Scotchmen."
Hakeswill glowered.
"I hate Scotchmen. Not English, are they? Peasant bleeding Scotchmen. Sawney creatures they are, sawney. Should have killed them all when we had the chance, but we takes pity on them instead. Scorpions in our bosoms, that's what they are, says so in the scriptures. Now get a bleeding move on.
But it would only be a few days, the sergeant consoled himself. Only a few days, and Sharpe would be finished. Colonel Pullman's bodyguard carried McCandless to a small house that lay at the edge of the encampment. A widow and 3 children lived there, and the woman shrank away from the Mahratta soldiers who'd raped her, stolen all her food, and fouled her well with their sewage. The Swiss doctor left Sharpe with strict instructions that the dressing on the colonel's leg was to be kept damp. "I'd give you some medicine for his fever, but I have none," the doctor said. "So if the fever gets worse, just keep him warm and make him sweat." The doctor shrugged. "It might help." Pullman left food in a leather bag of silver coins. "Tell McCandless that's for his horses," he told Sharpe. "Yes, sir. The widow will look after you," Pullman said. "And when the colonel's well enough, you can move him to Aurungabad. And if you change your mind, Sharpe, you know I'll welcome you." The colonel shook Sharpe's hand, then mounted the silver steps to his hodder. A horseman unfurled his banner of the White Horse of Hanover. "I'll spread word that you're not to be molested," Pullman called back. Then his mahout tapped the elephant's skull, and the great beast set off northwards. Simon Joubert was the last to say farewell. "I wish you were staying with us," she said unhappily. "I can't." "I know, and maybe it's for the best." She looked left and right to make certain no one was watching, then leant swiftly forward and kissed Sharpe on the cheek. "Au revoir, Richard." He watched her ride away, then went back into the hovel, which was nothing but a palm-thatched roof set above walls made of decayed reed mats. The interior of the hut was blackened by years of smoke, and its only furniture was the rope cot on which McCandless lay. "She's an outcast," the colonel told Sharpe, indicating the woman. "She refused to jump onto her husband's funeral fire, so her family sent her away." The colonel flinched as a stab of pain sighed through his thigh. "Give her the food, Sergeant, and some cash out of that bag. How much did Pullman leave us?" The coins in Pullman's bag were of silver and copper, and Sharpe sorted and counted each different denomination, and McCandless then translated their rough worth into pounds. 60, he announced the total bitterly. "That may just buy one cavalry hack, but it won't buy a horse that can stay over country for days on end." "How much did your gelding cost, sir?" Sharpe asked. 520 guineas, McCandless said ruefully. "I bought him 4 years ago, when you and I were released from Seringapatam, and I prayed to be the last horse I'd ever buy, except for the mare, of course, but she was just a remount. Even so, she cost me 140 guineas, a bargain too. I bought her in Madras, fresh off the boat. She was just skin and bones then, but 2 months of pasture put some muscle on her." The figures were almost incomprehensible to Sharpe. 520 guineas for a horse. A man could live his whole life on £546 and live well, ale every day. "Won't the company replace the horses, sir?" he asked. McCandless smiled sadly. "They might, Sharpe, but I doubt it. I doubt it very much." "Why not, sir?" "I'm an old man," the Scotsman said, "and my salary is a heavy impost on the company's debit column. I told you they'd like me to retire, Sharpe, and if I indent for the value of 2 horses, they might well insist on my retirement." He sighed. "I knew this pursuit of Dodd was doomed. I felt it in my bones." "We'll get you another horse, sir," Sharpe said. McCandless grimaced. "How, pray?" "Well, we can't have you walking, sir. Not a full colonel. Besides, it was my fault, really." "Your fault? Don't be absurd, Sharpe." "I should have been with you, sir, but I wasn't. I was off thinking." The colonel looked at him steadily for what seemed a long while. "I should imagine, Sergeant," he said at last, "that you had a lot to think about. How was your elephant ride with Colonel Pullman?" "He showed me Aurungabad, sir." "I think he took you to the mountain top and showed you the kingdoms of this world," the colonel said. "What did he offer you? A lieutenancy?" "Yes, sir." Sharpe blushed to admit as much, but it was dark inside the widow's hovel, and the colonel did not see. "He told you of Benoit de Boigne?" McCandless asked. "And of that rogue, George Thomas, and he said you could be a rich man in 2 or 3 years. Aren't I right?" "Something like that, sir." McCandless shrugged. "I won't deceive you, Sharpe, he's right. Everything he told you is true. Out there," He waved towards the setting sun which glinted through the chinks in the reed-mat walls. "Is a lawless society that for years has rewarded the soldier with gold. The soldier, mark me, not the honest farmer, or the hard-working merchant. The princedoms grow fat, Sharpe, and the people grow lean. Well, there's nothing to stop you serving those princes, nothing but the oath you took to serve your king." "Well, I'm still here, sir, aren't I?" Sharpe said indignantly. "Yes, Sharpe, you are," McCandless said. Then he closed his eyes and groaned. "I fear the fever's going to come. Maybe not." "So what do we do, sir?" "Do? Nothing. Nothing helps the fever except a week of shivering in the heat. I meant about getting you back to the army, sir. I could go to a ring-about and see if I can find someone to take a message." "Well, not unless you speak their language, you won't," McCandless said. Then he lay for a while in silence. "Savagery will find us," he went on eventually. "News carries far in this countryside, and savagery'll smell us out in the end." Again he fell silent, and Sharpe thought he'd fallen asleep. But then he saw the colonel shake his head. "Doomed," the colonel said. "Lieutenant Dodd is going to be the end of me." "We'll capture Dodd, sir, I promise." "I pray so, I pray so." The colonel pointed to his saddlebags in the corner of the hut. "Would you find my Bible, Sharpe? And perhaps you'd read to me while there's still a little light. Something from the book of Job, I think." McCandless fell into days of fever, and Sharpe into days of isolation. For all he knew, the war might have been won or lost, for he saw no one, and no news came to the thatched hovel under its thin-leaved trees. To keep himself busy, he cleared out an old irrigation ditch that ran northwards across the woman's land, and he hacked at the brush, killed snakes, and shovelled earth, until he was rewarded by a trickle of water. That done, he tackled the hovel's roof, laying new palm thatch on the old and binding it in place with twists of frond. He went hungry, for the woman had little food other than the grain Pullman had left, and some dried beans. Sharpe stripped to the waist when he worked, and his skin went as brown as the stock of his musket. In the evenings he played with the woman's 3 children, making forts out of the red soil that they bombarded with stones, and in one memorable twilight, when a toy rampart proved impregnable to thrown pebbles, Sharpe laid a fuse of powder and blew a breach with 3 of his musket cartridges. He did his best to tend McCandless, washing the colonel's face, reading him the scriptures and feeding him spoonfuls of bitter gunpowder diluted in water. He wasn't sure that the powder helped, but every soldier swore that it was the best medicine for the fever, and so Sharpe forced spoonfuls of the salty mixture down the colonel's throat. He worried about the bullet wound in McCandless's thigh, for the widow had shyly pushed him aside one day when he was dampening the dressing, and had insisted on untying the bandage and putting a poultice of her own making onto the raw wound. There were moss and cobwebs in the poultice, and Sharpe wondered if he had done the right thing by letting her apply the mixture. But as the first week passed, the wound didn't seem to worsen, and in his more lucid moments the colonel claimed the pain was lessening. Once the irrigation ditch was cleared, Sharpe tackled the widow's well. He devised a dredge out of a broken wooden bucket, and used it to scoop out handfuls of foul-smelling mud from the base of the well. And all the while he thought about his future. He knew Major Stokes would welcome him back to the Seringapatam Armoury, but after a while the regiment would surely remember his existence and want him back, and that would mean rejoining the Light Company with Captain Morris and Sergeant Hickswell, and Sharpe shuddered at that thought. Maybe Colonel Gore would transfer him. The lad said that Gore was a decent fellow, not as chilling as Wellesley, and that was good news. Yet even so, Sharpe often wondered whether he should have accepted Pullman's offer. Lieutenant Sharpe. He muttered it aloud. Lieutenant Sharpe. Why not? And in those moments he would daydream of the joy of going back to the foundling home in Brewhouse Lane. He would wear a sword and a cocked hat, have braid on his jacket and spurs at his heels, and for every lash the bastards had ever laid on small Richard Sharpe, he would pay them back tenfold. He felt a terrible anger when he remembered those beatings, and he would haul at his makeshift dredge as if he could slake the anger with hard work. But in all those daydreams he never once returned to Brewhouse Lane in a white coat, or in a purple coat, or in any other coat except a red one. No one in Britain had ever heard of Anthony Pullman, and why should they care that a child had gone from the gutters of Wapping to a commission in the Maharaja of Gwalior's army? A man might as well claim to be Colonel of the Moon for all anyone would care. Unless it was a redcoat, they would condemn him as a flash bastard and be done with him. But if he wore back in Britain's scarlet coat, then they would take him seriously, and that meant he had to become an officer in his own army. So one night, when the rain was beating on the widow's repaired thatch, and the colonel was sitting on the rope bed, declaring that his fever was abating, Sharpe asked McCandless how a man became an officer in Britain's army. "I mean, I know it can be done, sir," he said awkwardly, "because we had a Mr. Devlin back in England, and he came up from the ranks. He'd been a shepherd's boy on the Dales before he took the shilling, but he was Lieutenant Devlin when I knew him." And was most likely to die as an old and embittered Lieutenant Devlin, McCandless thought, but he didn't say as much. Instead, he paused before saying anything. He was even tempted to evade the question altogether, by pretending that his fever had suddenly taken a turn for the worse, for he understood only too well what lay behind Sharpe's question. Most officers would have mocked the ambition, but Hector McCandless was not a mocker. But he also knew that for a man to aspire to rise from the ranks to the officers' mess was to risk two disappointments, the disappointments of both failure and success. The most likely outcome was failure, for such promotions were as scarce as hen's teeth. But a few men did make the leap, and their success inevitably led to unhappiness. They lacked the education of the other officers, they lacked their manners, and they lacked their confidence. They were generally disdained by the other officers, and set to work as quartermasters, in the belief that they couldn't be trusted to lead men in battle. And there was even some truth to that belief, for the men themselves didn't like their officers to have come from the ranks. But McCandless decided Sharpe knew all that for himself, and so he spared him the need to listen to it all over again. "There are two ways, Sharpe," McCandless said. "First, you can buy a commission, and the rank of ensign will cost you £400, but you'll need another 150 to equip yourself, and even that'll only buy a barely adequate horse, a 4-guinea sword, and a serviceable uniform. And you'll still need a private income to cover your mess bills. An ensign earns close to £95 a year, but the army stops some of that for expenses, and more for the income tax. Have you heard of that new tax, Sharpe?" "No, sir." "A pernicious thing, taking from a man what he's honestly earned. That's thievery, Sharpe, disguised as government." The colonel scowled. "So an ensign is lucky to see £70 out of his salary, and even if he lives frugal, that won't cover his mess bills. Most regiments charge an officer 2 shillings for dinner every day, a shilling for wine. Now, of course, you could go without wine well enough, and malt is free. But there's 6 a day for the mess servant, another 6 for breakfast, and 6 for washing and mending. You can't live as an officer without at least £100 a year, on top of your salary. Have you got the money?" "No, sir," Sharpe lied. In truth, he had enough jewels sewn into his redcoat to buy himself a majority, but he didn't want McCandless to know that. "Good," McCandless said, "because that isn't the best way. Most regiments won't look at a man buying himself out of the ranks. Why should they? They've got plenty of young hopefuls coming from the shires, with their parents' cash hot in their purses. So the last thing they need is some half-educated ranker who can't meet his mess bills. I'm not saying it's impossible. Any regiment posted to the West Indies will sell you an ensign's post cheap, but that's because they can't get anyone else on account of the yellow fever. Now, posting to the West Indies is a death sentence. But if a man wants to get into anything other than a West Indies-bound regiment, Sharpe, then he must hope for the second route. He must be a sergeant, and he must be able to read and write. But there's a third requirement too. The fellow must perform a quite impossibly gallant act. Leading a forlorn hope will do the trick, but any act, so long as it's suicidal, will serve. Of course, he must do it under the general's eye, or else it's all a waste of time." Sharpe sat in silence for a while, daunted by the obstacles that lay in the way of his daydream's fulfilment. "Did they ever give him a test, sir?" he asked. "In reading?" That thought worried him, for although his reading was improving night by night, he still stumbled over quite simple words. He claimed that the Bible's print was too small, and McCandless was kind enough to believe the excuse. "A test in reading? Good Lord, no. For an officer?" McCandless smiled tiredly. "They'd take his word, of course." The colonel paused for a second. "But I've often wondered, Sharpe," he went on, "why a man from the ranks would want to be an officer." So he could go back to Brewhouse Lane, Sharpe thought, and kick some teeth in. "I was just wondering about it, sir," he said instead. "Just thinking, sir." "Because in many ways," McCandless said, "sergeants have more influence with the men. Less formal prestige, perhaps, but certainly more influence than any junior officer. Ensigns and Lieutenant Sharpe are very insignificant creatures. They're really of very little use most of the time. It's not till a man reaches his captaincy that he begins to be valuable. I'm sure you're right, sir, Sharpe said lamely. I was just thinking. That night the colonel relapsed into fever, and Sharpe sat in the hut doorway and listened to the rain beat on the land. He could not shake the daydream, could not drive away the picture of him ducking through the gate in Brewhouse Lane, and seeing the faces he hated. He wanted it. He wanted it terribly. And so he dreamt on, dreaming the impossible, but unable to check the dream. He didn't know how, but he would somehow make the leap, or else die in the attempt. Chapter 7. Dodd called his new gelding Peter. "Because it's got no balls, monsieur," he informed Pierre Joubert, and he repeated the poor joke a dozen times in the next 2 days just to make certain that its insult was understood. Joubert smiled and said nothing, and the Major would launch himself into a panegyric on Peter's merits. His old horse had whistling lungs, while this one could be ridden all day and still had its head up and a spring in its long stride. "A thoroughbred, Captain," he told Joubert. "An English thoroughbred, not some screw-backed old French nag, but a proper horse." The men in Dodd's Cobras liked to see their Major on his fine big horse. It was true that one man had died in the beast's acquisition, yet the theft had still been a fine piece of banditry, and the men had laughed to see the English sergeant searching the camp, while all the while Major Dodd's Jamadar Gopal was hiding the horses a long way to the north. Colonel Pullman was less amused. "I promised McKendless safe conduct, Major," he growled at Dodd the first time he saw the Englishman on his new gelding. "Quite right, sir. And you've added horse-thieving to your catalogue of crimes." "I can't think what you mean, sir," Dodd protested in mock innocence. "I purchased this beast of a horse trader yesterday, sir. Gypsy-looking fellow from Corpalgan. Took the last of my savings." "And your Jemadar's new horse?" Pullman asked, pointing to Gopal, who was riding Colonel McCandless's mare. "He bought her from the same fellow," Dodd said. "Of course he did, Major," Pullman said wearily. The colonel knew it was pointless to try a man for theft in an army that was encouraged to steal for its very existence. Yet he was offended by Dodd's abuse of the hospitality that had been extended to McCandless. The Scotsman was right, Pullman thought. Dodd was a man without honour. Yet the Hanoverian knew that if Scindia employed none but saints, then he'd have no European officers. The theft of McCandless's horses only added more reason for Pullman to dislike William Dodd. He found the Englishman too dour, too jealous and too humorless. Yet still, despite his dislike, he recognized that the Major was a fine soldier. His rescue of his regiment from Ahmednagar had been an inglorious operation executed superbly, and Pullman at least understood the achievement, just as he appreciated that Dodd's men liked their new commanding officer. A Hanoverian wasn't certain why Dodd was popular, for he wasn't an easy man. He had no small talk, he smiled rarely, and he was punctilious about details that other officers might let pass, yet still the men liked him. Maybe they sensed that he was on their side, wholly on their side, recognizing that nothing is achieved in war by officers without men, and a good deal by men without officers. And for that reason, if no other, they were glad he was their commanding officer. And men who like their commanding officer are more likely to fight well than men who do not. And so Pullman was glad that he had William Dodd as a regimental commander, even if he did disdain him as little better than a common thief. Pullman's compu had now joined the rest of Scindia's army, which had already been swollen by the troops of the Rajah of Berar, so that over 100,000 men and all their animals now wandered the Deccan plain in search of grazing forage and grain. The vast army hugely outnumbered its enemy, but Scindia made no attempt to bring Wellesley to battle. Instead, he led his horde in an apparently aimless fashion. They went south towards the enemy, then withdrew north, then made a lumbering surge to the east, and then retraced their steps to the west. And everywhere they marched, they stripped the farms, slashed down crops, broke into granaries, slaughtered livestock, and rifled humble homes in search of rice, wheat, or lentils. Every day a score of cavalry patrols rode south to find the enemy armies, but the Mahratta horsemen rarely came close to the redcoats, for the British cavalry counter-patrolled aggressively, and each day left dead horses on the plain, while Scindia's great host wandered mindlessly on. "Now that you have such a fine horse," Pullman said to Dodd a week after the Major's theft, "perhaps you can lead a cavalry patrol." "Gladly, sir." "Someone has to find out what the British are doing," Pullman grumbled. Dodd rode south with some of Pullman's own cavalry, and his patrol succeeded where so many others had failed, but only because the Major donned his old red coat, so that it would appear as if his score of horsemen were under the command of a British officer. And the ruse worked, for Dodd came across a much smaller force of Mysore cavalry, who rode unsuspecting into the trap. 6 enemy escaped, 8 died, and their leader yielded a massive information before Dodd shot him through the head. "You might have brought him back to us," Pullman remonstrated gently when Dodd returned. "I could have talked with him myself," the colonel added, peering down from his green-curtained hodder. The elephant plodded behind a purple-coated horseman who carried Pullman's red flag emblazoned with the white horse of Hanover. There was a girl with Pullman, but all Dodd could see of her was a dark, languid hand bright with gems hanging over the hodder's edge. "So tell me what you've learnt, Major," Pullman ordered. "The British are back close to the Godavery, sir, but they're still split into 2 forces, and neither has more than 6,000 infantry. Wellesley's nearest to us, while Stevenson's moving off to the west. They've made a map, sir, with their dispositions." Dodd held the paper up towards the swaying hodder. "Hoping to pincer us, are they?" Pullman asked, reaching down to pluck the map from the Major's hand. "Not now, Liebchen," he added, though not to Dodd. "I imagine they're staying divided because of the road, sir," Dodd said. "Of course," Pullman said, wondering why Dodd was teaching him to suck eggs. The British need for decent roads was much greater than the Marathas, for the British carried all their foodstuffs in ox wagons, and the cumbersome vehicles couldn't manage any country other than the smoothest grass plains, which meant that the 2 enemy armies could only advance where the ground was smooth or the roads adequate. It made their movements clumsy, and it made any attempt to pincer Scindia's army doubly difficult, though by now, Pullman reflected, the British commander must be thoroughly confused about Scindia's intentions. So was Scindia, for that matter. For the Maharaja was taking his tactical advice from astrologers rather than from his European officers, which meant that the great horde was impelled to its wanderings by the glimmer of stars, the import of dreams, and the entrails of goats. "If we march south now," Dodd urged Pullman, "we could trap Wellesley's men south of Aurungabad. Stevenson's too far away to support him." "It does sound a good idea," Pullman agreed genially, pocketing Dodd's map. "There must be some plan," Dodd suggested irritably. "Must there?" Pullman asked airily. "Higher up, Liebchen. Just there. That's good." The bejewelled hand had vanished inside the hodder. Pullman closed his eyes for an instant, then opened them and smiled down on Dodd. "The plan," the Hanoverian said grandly, "is to wait and see whether Holkar will join us." Holkar was the most powerful of all the Maratha chieftains, but he was biding his time, uncertain whether to join Scindia and the Rajah of Berar or whether to sit out the war with his huge forces intact. "And the next part of the plan," Pullman went on, "is to hold a Durbar. Have you ever attended a Durbar, Dodd?" "No, sir." "It is a council, a committee of the old and the wise, or rather of the senile and the talkative. The war will be discussed, as will the position of the stars and the mood of the gods, and the failure of the monsoon, and, once the Durbar is over, if indeed it ever ends, we shall commence our wandering once again. But perhaps a decision of sorts will have been made, though whether that decision will be to retire on Nagpur, or to advance on Hyderabad, or to choose a battlefield and allow the British to attack us, or simply to march from now until the Day of Judgment, I cannot yet tell you. I shall offer advice, of course, but if Scindia dreams of monkeys on the night before the Durbar, then not even Alexander the Great could persuade him to fight." "But Scindia must know better than to let the 2 British forces unite, sir," Dodd said. He does, indeed he does. Our Lord and Master is no fool, but he is inscrutable. You're waiting for the omens to be propitious." "They're propitious now," Dodd protested. "That is not for you or me to decide. We Europeans can be relied upon to fight, but not to read the messages of the stars or to understand the meaning of dreams. But when it comes to the battle, Major, you can be sure that the stars and the dreams will be ignored, and that Scindia will leave all the decisions to me." Pullman smiled benignly at Dodd, then gazed out at the horde of cavalry that covered the plain. There must have been 50,000 horsemen in view, but Pullman would happily have marched with only 1,000. Most of the Mahratta horsemen were only present for the loot they hoped to steal after victory, and though they were all fine riders and brave fighters, they had no conception of picket duty, and none was willing to charge into the face of an infantry unit. They didn't understand that a cavalry troop needed to take horrific casualties if it was to break infantry. Instead, they reckoned Scindia's great guns and his mercenary infantry would do the shattering, and they would then pursue the broken enemy like hornets, and until that happy moment they were just so many useless mouths to feed. If they all went away tomorrow, it would make no difference to the war's outcome, for the victory would still be won by the artillery and the infantry. Pullman knew that, and he imagined lining his guns wheel to wheel in batteries, with his infantry formed just behind, and then watching the redcoats walk into a tumult of fire and iron and death. A flail of fire, a storm of metal whipping the air into a gale of bloody ruin, amongst which the British would be chopped into butcher's scraps. "You're hurting me," the girl said. "Liebchen, I'm so sorry," Pullman said, releasing his grip. "I was thinking—" "Sir?" Dodd asked, thinking the Hanoverian was speaking to him. "I was thinking, Dodd, that it is no bad thing that we wander so aimlessly." "It isn't," Dodd retorted with astonishment. "Because if we do not know where we are going, then nor will the British. So one day they'll march a few miles too far, and then we shall pounce on them. Someone will blunder, Dodd, because in war someone always does blunder. It is an immutable rule of war. Someone will blunder. We must just have patience." In truth, Pullman was just as impatient as Dodd, but the colonel knew it wouldn't serve any purpose to betray that impatience. In India he had learned matters moved at their own pace, as imponderable and unstoppable as an elephant. But soon Pullman reckoned one of the British forces would make a march too far, and find itself so close to the vast Mahratta army that even Scindia could not refuse battle. And even if the two enemy armies joined, what did that matter? Their combined forces were small. The Mahratta horde was vast, and the outcome of their meeting as certain as anything could be in war. And Pullman was confident that Scindia would eventually give him command of the army, and Pullman would then roll over the enemy like the great juggernaut of Hindu legend, and with that happy prospect he was content. Dodd looked up to say something more, but the Hodder's green curtains had been drawn shut. The girl giggled, while the Mahout, seated just in front of the closed Hodder, stared impassively ahead. The Mahrattas were on the march, covering the earth like a swarm, just waiting for their enemies to blunder. Sharpe was tired of being hungry, so one day he took his musket and walked in search of game. He reckoned anything would do, even a tiger, but he hoped to find beef. India seemed full of beeves, but that day he saw none, though after 4 miles he found a herd of goats grazing in a small wood. He drew his bayonet, reckoning it would be easier to cut one of the beasts' throats than shoot it, and so attract the attention of the herd's vengeful owner. But when he came close to the animals, a dog burst out of the trees and attacked him. He clubbed the dog down with his musket butt, and the brief commotion put the goats to flight, and it took him the best part of an hour to find the animals again, and by then he couldn't have cared if he attracted half the population of India. And so he aimed and fired, and all he succeeded in doing was wounding one poor beast that started bleating pitifully. He ran to it, cut its throat, which was harder than he thought, then hoisted the carcass onto his shoulder. The widow boiled the stringy flesh, which tasted foul, but it was still meat, and Sharpe wolfed it down as though he hadn't eaten in months. The smell of the meat roused Colonel McCandless, who sat up in his bed and frowned at the pot. "I could almost eat that," he said. "You want some, sir?" "Well, I haven't eaten meat in 18 years, Sharpe. I won't start now." He ran a hand through his lank white hair. "I do declare I'm feeling better. God be praised." The Colonel swung his feet onto the floor and tried to stand. "Oh, but I'm as weak as a kitten," he said. "Plate of meat will put some strength in you, sir." "Get thee behind me, Satan," the Colonel said, then put a hand on one of the posts which held up the roof and hauled himself to his feet. "I might take a walk tomorrow." "How's the leg, sir?" "Mending, Sharpe, mending." The Colonel put some weight on his left leg and seemed pleasantly surprised that it didn't buckle. "God has preserved me again." "Thank God for that, sir." "I do, Sharpe, I do." Next morning the colonel felt better still. He ducked out of the hut and blinked in the bright sunlight. "Have you seen any soldiers these last 2 weeks?" "Not one, sir. Nothing but farmers." The colonel scraped a hand across the white bristles on his chin. "A shave, I think. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a box of razors, and perhaps you could heat some water?" Sharpe dutifully put a pot of water on the fire, then stropped one of the colonel's razors on a saddle's girth strap. He was just perfecting the edge when McCandless called him from outside the house. "Sharpe!" Something in McCandless's voice made Sharpe snatch up his musket. Then he heard the beat of hoofs as he ducked under the low doorway, and he hauled back the musket's cock in expectation of enemies. But McCandless waved the weapon down. "I said Savage would find us," the colonel said happily. "Nothing stays secret in this countryside, Sharpe." Sharpe lowered the musket's flint as he watched Savage lead his men towards the widow's house. The young Indian grinned at McCandless's dishevelled condition. "I heard there was a white devil near here, and I knew it would be you." "I wish you'd come sooner," McCandless grumbled. "Why? You were ill. The folks I spoke to said you would die." Savage slid out of the saddle and led his horse to the well. "Besides, we've been too busy." "Following Cindy, I trust?" the colonel asked. "Here, there, and everywhere." Savage hauled up a skin of water and held it under his horse's nose. "They've been south, east, back north again, but now they're going to hold a Durbar, Colonel." "A Durbar?" McCandless brightened, and Sharpe wondered what on earth a Durbar was. "They've gone to Bokadan," Savage announced happily. "All of them. Scindia, the Raja Baran, the whole lot, a sea of enemies." "Bokadan," McCandless said, summoning a mental map in his head. "Where's that? 2 days' march north?" "1 for a horseman, 2 on foot," Savage agreed. McCandless, his shave forgotten, stared northwards. "But how long will they stay there?" "Long enough," Savage said gleefully. "And first they have to make a place fit for a prince's Durbar, and that will take them 2 or 3 days, and then they'll talk for another 2 or 3 days, and they need to rest the animals too, and in Bokadan they've found plenty of forage." "How do you know?" McCandless asked. "Because we met some Brindaris," Savaji said with a smile, and turned at the same time to indicate 4 small, lean and riderless horses that were the trophies of that meeting. "We had a talk with them," Savaji said airily, and Sharpe wondered how brutal that talk had been. 40,000 infantry, 60,000 cavalry, Savaji said, and over 100 guns. McCandless limped back into the house to fetch paper and ink from his saddlebag. Then, back in the sunlight, he wrote a dispatch, and Savage detailed 6 of his horsemen to take the precious news south as fast as they could. They'd need to search for Wellesley's army, and Savage told them to whip their horses bloody, because if the British moved fast, there was a chance to catch the Marathas while they were encamped for their Durbar, and then to attack them before they could form their battle array. "That would even things up," McCandless announced happily. "A surprise attack." "Oh, they're not fools," Savage warned. "They'll have a host of pickets." "Well, it takes time to organise 100,000 men, Savage, a lot of time. They'll be milling about like sheep while we march into battle." The 6 horsemen rode away with the precious dispatch, and McCandless, tired again, let Sharpe shave him. "All we can do now is wait," the colonel said. "Wait?" Sharpe asked indignantly, believing that McCandless was implying that they would do nothing while the battle was being fought. "Well, if Sunday is at Bokadan," the colonel said, "then our armies will have to march this way to reach him. So we might as well wait for them to come to us. Then we can join up again." It was time to stop dreaming. It was time to fight. Wellesley's army had crossed the Godavari and marched towards Aurangabad, then heard that Scindia's forces had gone far to the east before lunging south towards the heartland of Hyderabad. And the report made sense, for the old Nizam had just died and left a young son on the throne, and a young ruler's state could make for rich pickings. And so Wellesley had turned his small army and hurried back to the Godavari. They laboriously recrossed the river, swimming the horses, bullocks and elephants to the southern bank, and floating the guns, limbers and wagons across on rafts. The men used boats made from inflated bladders, and it took 2 whole days to make the crossing. And then, after a day's march south towards threatened Hyderabad, more news came that the enemy had turned about and gone back northwards. "I don't know what they're bleeding doing," Hexwell declared. "Captain Mackay says we're looking for the enemy," Private Lowry suggested helpfully.
Looking for his arse more like, bloody Wellesley.
Hakeswell was sitting beside the river, watching the bullocks being goaded back into the water to cross once again to the north bank.
In the water, out the water, up one road, down the next, walking bleeding circles, and back through the bleeding river again.
His blue eyes opened wide in indignation, and his face twitched.
Arthur Wellesley should never be a general.
Why not, Sarge? Private Kendrick asked, knowing that Hakeswell wanted the opportunity to explain.
Stands to reason, lad, stands to reason.
Hakeswell paused to light a clay pipe.
No bleeding experience. You remember that wood outside Seringapatam? Bloody chaos, that's what it was. Bloody chaos. And who caused it? He did. That's who.
He gestured at Wellesley, who mounted on a tall white horse had come to the bluff above the river.
He's a general, Hakeswell explained, because his father's an earl, and because his elder brother's the governor-general, that's why. If my father had been a bleeding earl, then I'd be a bleeding general. Says so in the scriptures. Lord Obadiah Hakeswell I'd be. And you wouldn't see me buggering about like a dog chasing fleas up its arse. I'd bleeding well get the job done. On your feet, lads. Look smart now.
End of Side 5. Side 6. The general, with nothing to do except wait while his army crossed the river, had turned his horse up the bank, and his path brought him close to where Hakeswell had been seated. Wellesley looked across, recognised the sergeant, and seemed about to turn away. But then an innate courtesy overcame his distaste for speaking with the lower ranks. "Still here, Sergeant?" he asked awkwardly.
"Still here, sir,"
Hakeswell said. He was quivering at attention, his clay pipe thrust into a pocket and his firelock by his side.
"Doing my duty, sir, like a soldier."
"Your duty?" Wellesley asked. "You came to arrest Sergeant Sharpe, isn't that right?"
"Sir,"
Hakeswell affirmed. The general grimaced. "Let me know if you see him. He's with Colonel McCandless, and they both seem to be missing. Dead, probably." And on that cheerful note the general tugged on his reins and spurred away. Hakeswell watched him go, then retrieved his clay pipe and sucked the tobacco back to glowing life. Then he spat onto the bank.
"Sharpe ain't dead,"
he said malevolently.
"I'm the one who's going to kill Sharpe. Says so in the scriptures."
Then Captain Mackay arrived and insisted that Hakeswell and his 6 men help organise the transfer of the bullocks across the river. The animals carried packs loaded with spare round-shot for the artillery, and the captain had been provided with 2 rafts for that precious ammunition. "They're to transfer the shot to the rafts, understand? Then swim the beasts over, and I don't want chaos, Sergeant. Make them line up decently, and make sure they don't roll the shot into the river to save themselves the bother of reloading it."
"'Tisn't a soldier's job," Hakeswell complained when the captain was gone. "Chivying bullocks. I ain't a bleeding Scotchman. That's all they're good for, chivying bullocks. Do it all the time they do down the green roads to London, but it ain't a job for an Englishman." But he nevertheless did an effective job, using his bayonet to prod men and animals into the queue, which slowly snaked its way down to the water. By nightfall the whole army was over, and next morning, long before dawn, they marched north again. They camped before midday, thus avoiding the worst of the heat, and by mid-afternoon the first enemy cavalry patrol showed in the distance, and the army's own cavalry rode out to drive the horsemen away. They didn't move at all for the next 2 days. Cavalry scouts tried to discover the enemy's intentions, while company spies spread gold throughout the north country in search of news. But the gold was wasted, for every scrap of intelligence was contradicted by another. One said Holkar had joined Scindia, another said Holkar was declaring war on Scindia. Then the Marathas were said to be marching west, or east, or perhaps north, until Wellesley felt he was playing a slow version of Blind Man's Buff. Then at last some reliable news arrived. 6 Maratha horsemen in the service of Sayud Sevaji came to Wellesley's camp, with a hastily written dispatch from Colonel McCandless. The colonel regretted his absence and explained that he had taken a wound that had been slow to heal, but he could assure Sir Arthur that he hadn't abandoned his duty, and could thus report with a fair degree of certainty that the forces of Daulat Rao Scindia and the Rajah of Bara had finally ceased their wanderings at Borkhadan. They planned to stay there, McCandless wrote, to hold a durbar and to let their animals recover their strength, and he estimated those intentions implied a stay in Borkhadan of 5 or 6 days. The enemy numbered, he reported, at least 80,000 men,
and possessed around 100 pieces of field artillery, many of inferior calibre, but an appreciable number throwing much heavier shot. He reckoned from his own earlier observations in Pullman's camp that only 15,000 of the enemy's infantry were trained to company standards, while the rest were makeweights. But the guns, he added ominously, were well served and well maintained. The dispatch had been written in a hurry and in a shaky hand, but it was concise, confident, and comprehensive. The colonel's dispatch drove the general to his maps and then to a flurry of orders. The army was ready to march that night, and a galloper went to Colonel Stevenson's force west of Wellesley's, with orders to march north on a parallel course. The two small armies should combine at Borkadon in 4 days' time. "That'll give us what?" Wellesley thought for a second or two. 11,000 prime infantry and 48 guns. He jotted the figures on the map, then absent-mindedly tapped the numbers with a pencil. 11,000 against 80, he said dubiously, then grimaced. "It'll serve," he concluded. "It'll serve very well." 11 against 80 will serve, sir?" Captain Campbell asked with astonishment. Campbell was the young Scottish officer who had thrice climbed the ladder to be the first man into Ahmednagar, and his reward had been a promotion and an appointment as Wellesley's aide. Now he stared at the general, a man Campbell considered as sensible as any he had ever met. Yet the odds that Wellesley was welcoming seemed insane. "Well, I'd rather have more men," Wellesley admitted, "but we can probably do the job with 11,000. You can forget Scindia's cavalry, Campbell, because it won't manage a thing on a battlefield, and the Rajah of Behrar's infantry will simply get in everyone else's way, which means we'll be fighting against 15,000 good infantry and rather too many well-served guns. The rest don't matter. If we beat the guns and the infantry, the rest of them will run. Depend on it, they'll run." "Suppose they adopt a defensive position, sir?" Campbell felt impelled to insert a note of caution into the general's hopes. "Suppose they're behind a river, sir, or behind walls?" "Well, we can suppose what we like, Campbell, but supposing is only fancy. If we take fright at fancies, then we might as well abandon soldiering. We'll decide how to deal with the rogues once we find them, but the first thing to do is find them." Wellesley rolled up the map. "Can't kill your fox till you've run him down, so let's be about our business." The army marched that night. 6,000 cavalry, nearly all of them Indian, led the way, and behind them were 22 pieces of artillery, 4,000 sepoys of the East India Company, and 2 battalions of Scots, while the great clumsy tail of bullocks, wives, children, wagons and merchants brought up the rear. They marched hard, and if any man was daunted by the size of the enemy's army, they showed no sign of it. They were as well trained as any men that had ever worn the red coat in India. They had been promised victory by their long-nosed general, and now they were going for the kill. And whatever the odds, they believed they would win, so long as no one blundered. Borkadon was a mere village with no building fit for a prince, and so the great durbar of the Maratha chiefs was held in an enormous tent that was hastily made by sewing a score of smaller tents together, then lining the canvas with swathes of brightly coloured silk, and it would have made a marvellously impressive structure had the heavens not opened when the durbar began, so that the sound of men's voices was half drowned by the beat of rain on stretched canvas, and if the hastily made seams hadn't opened to let the water pour through in streams. "It's all a waste of time," Pullman grumbled to Dodd, "but we have to attend." The colonel was fixing his newly tied stock with a diamond-studded pin. "And it isn't time for any European opinion except mine, understand?" "Yours?" Dodd, who'd rather hoped to make a case for boldness, asked dourly. "Mine," Pullman said forcibly. "I want to twist their tails, and I need every European officer nodding like a demented monkey in agreement with me." 100 men had gathered under the dripping silk. Scindia, the Maharaja of Gwalior, and Bhonsle, the Rajah of Berar, sat on musnuts, elegant raised platform thrones that were draped in brocade and sheltered from the intrusive rain by silk parasols. Their highnesses were cooled by men waving long-handled fans, while the rest of the durbar sweltered in the close, damp heat. The high-class Brahmins, all in baggy trousers cut from gold brocade, white tunics and tall white turbans, sat closest to the 2 thrones, while behind them stood the military officers, Indian and European, who were perspiring in their finest uniforms. Servants moved unobtrusively through the crowd, offering silver dishes of almonds, sweetmeats, or raisins soaked in arrack. The 3 senior European officers stood together. Pullman, in a purple coat hung with golden braid and loops of chain, towered over Colonel Dupont, a wiry Dutchman who commanded Scindia's second compu, and over Colonel Saleur, a Frenchman who led the infantry of the Begum Somru. Dodd lingered just behind the trio and listened to their private durba. The three men agreed that their troops would have to take the brunt of the British attack, and that one of them must exercise overall command. It could not be Saleur, for the Begum Somru was a client ruler of Scindia's, so her commander could hardly take precedence over her feudal overlord's officers, which meant that it had to be either Dupont or Pullman, but the Dutchman generously ceded the honour to the Hanoverian.
"Scindia would have chosen you anyway,"
Dupont said.
"Wisely," Pullman said cheerfully. "Very wisely. You're content, Saleur?"
"Indeed," the Frenchman said. He was a tall, dour man with a badly scarred face and a formidable reputation as a disciplinarian. He was also reputed to be the Begum Somru's lover, a post that evidently accompanied the command of that lady's infantry.
"What are the bastards talking about now?" he asked in English.
Pullman listened for a few seconds.
"Discussing whether to retreat to Gavalga," he said.
Gavalga was a hill fort that lay north and east of Bokadan, and a group of Brahmins were urging the army to retire there and let the British break their skulls against its cliffs and high walls.
"Goddamn Brahmins," Pullman said in disgust. "Don't know a damn thing about soldiering. Know how to talk, but not how to fight."
But then an older Brahmin, his white beard reaching to his waist, stood up and declared that the omens were more suitable for battle.
"You have assembled a great army, dread lord," he addressed Scindia, "and you would lock it away in a citadel?"
"Where did they find him?" Pullman muttered. "He's actually talking sense." Scindia said little, preferring to let Surji Rao, his chief minister, do the talking, while he himself sat plump and inscrutable on his throne. He was wearing a rich gown of yellow silk that had emeralds and pearls sewn into patterns of flowers, while a great yellow diamond gleamed from his pale blue turban. Another Brahmin pleaded for the army to march south on Seringapatam, but he was ignored. The Rajah of Berar, darker-skinned than the pale Scindia, frowned at the Durbar in an attempt to look warlike, but said very little.
"He'll run away," Colonel Saleur growled. "As soon as the first gun is fired. He always does."
Beni Singh, the Rajah's warlord, argued for battle.
"I have 500 camels laden with rockets. I have guns fresh from Agra. I have infantry hungry for enemy blood. Let them loose."
"God help us if we do," Dupont growled. "Bastards don't have any discipline."
"Is it always like this?"
Dodd asked Pullman.
"Good God, no," the Hanoverian said. "This Durbar is positively decisive. Usually it's 3 days of talk and a final decision to delay any decision until the next time."
"You think they'll come to a decision today?" Saleur asked cynically.
"They'll have to,"
Pullman said. "They can't keep this army together for much longer. We're running out of forage. We're stripping the country bare." The soldiers were still receiving just enough to eat, and the cavalrymen made certain their horses were fed, but the camp followers were near starvation, and in a few days the suffering of the women and children would cause the army's morale to plummet. Only that morning Pullman had seen a woman sawing at what he had assumed was brown bread, then realized that no Indian would bake a European loaf, and that the great lump was actually a piece of elephant dung, and that the woman was crumbling it apart in search of undigested grains. They must fight now.
"So, if we fight," Saleur asked, "how will you win?"
Pullman smiled.
"I think we can give young Wellesley a problem or two," he said cheerfully. "We'll put the Rajah's men behind some strong walls where they can't do any damage, and we three will line our guns wheel to wheel, hammer them hard for their whole approach, then finish them off with some smart volleys. After that, we'll let the cavalry loose on their remnants."
"But when?" Dupont asked.
"Soon," Pullman said. "Soon. Has to be soon. Packers are eating dung for breakfast these days."
There was a sudden silence in the tent, and Pullman realized a question had been addressed to him. Surji Rao, a sinister man whose reputation for cruelty was as widespread as it was deserved, raised an eyebrow to the Hanoverian.
"The rain, your serene excellency," Pullman explained. "The rain deafened me, so I could not hear your question."
"What my lord wishes to know," the minister said, "is whether we can destroy the British."
"Oh, utterly,"
Pullman said, as though it was risible to even ask the question. "They fight hard," Beni Singh pointed out.
"And they die like other men when fought hard in return."
Pullman said dismissively. Scindia leaned forward and whispered in Sergi Rao's ear. "What the lord of our land and the conqueror of our enemies' lands wishes to know," the minister said, "is how you will beat the British." "In the way that His Royal Highness suggested, Excellency, when he gave me his wise advice yesterday," Pullman said. And it was true that he had enjoyed a private talk with Scindia the day before, though the advice had all been given by Pullman. But if he was to sway this Durbar, then he knew he must let them think that he was simply repeating Scindia's suggestions. "Tell us, please." Sergi Rao, who knew full well that his master had no ideas except how to increase the tax yields, asked suavely. "As we all know," Pullman said, "the British have divided their forces into two parts. By now both those small armies will know that we are here at Bokadan. And because they are fools eager for death, they will both be marching towards us. Both armies lie to our south, but they are separated by some miles. They nevertheless hope to join together, then attack us. But yesterday, in his unparalleled wisdom, His Royal Highness suggested that if we move eastwards, we shall draw the enemy's easternmost column towards us, and so make them march away from their allies. We can then fight the two armies in turn, defeat them in turn, and then let our dogs chew the flesh from their carcasses. And when the last enemy is dead, Excellency, I shall bring their general to our ruler's tents in chains, and send their women to be his slaves." More to the point, Pullman thought, he would capture Wellesley's food supplies, but he dared not say that in case Scindia took the words as a criticism. But Pullman's bravado was rewarded by a scatter of applause that was unfortunately spoiled as a whole section of the tent roof collapsed to let in a deluge of rain. "If the British are doomed," Sergi Rao asked when the commotion had subsided, "why do they advance on us?" It was a good question, and one that had worried Pullman slightly, though he believed he had found an answer. "Because, Excellency," he said, "they have the confidence of fools. Because they believe that their combined armies will prove sufficient. Because they do not truly understand that our army has been trained to the same level as their own. And because their general is young and inexperienced and too eager for reputation." "And you believe, Colonel, that we can keep their two armies apart?" "If we march tomorrow, yes." "How big is the British general's army?" Pullman smiled. "Wellesley has 5,000 infantrymen, Excellency, 6,000 cavalry. We could lose as many men as that and not even notice they were gone. He has 11,000 men, but the only ones he relies on are his 5,000 infantry. 5,000 men. 5,000! He paused, making sure that everyone in the tent had heard the figure. "And we have 80,000 men. 5 against 80. "He has guns," the minister observed sourly. "We have 5 guns for every one of his, 5 against 1, and our guns are bigger, and they are served just as well as his." Scindia whispered to Sergi Rao, who then demanded that the other European officers give their advice. But all had been forewarned by Pullman to sing his tune. "March east," they said, "draw one British army into battle, then turn on the other." The minister thanked the foreign officers for their advice, then pointedly turned back to the Brahmins for their comments. Some advised that emissaries should be sent to Holkar, begging his help. But Pullman's confidence had worked its magic, and another man indignantly demanded to know why Holkar should be offered a share in their glory of victory. The tide of the Durbar was turning in Pullman's favour, and he said nothing more, but nor did he need to. The Durbar talked all day, and no course of action was formally agreed, but at dusk Scindia and the Rajah of Berar conferred briefly. Then Scindia took his leave between the rows of Brahmins who bowed as their ruler passed. He paused in the huge tent's doorway while his servants brought the palanquin that would preserve him from the rain. Only when the palanquin was ready did he turn and speak loudly enough for all the Durbar to hear. "We march east tomorrow," he said. "Then we shall ponder another decision. Colonel Pullman will make the arrangements." He stood for a second looking up at the rain, then ducked under the palanquin's canopy. "Praise God," Pullman said. for he reckoned that the decision to march eastwards was sufficient to bring on battle. The enemy was closing all the time, and so long as the Marathas did not run northwards, the two sides must eventually meet. And if Scindia's men went eastwards, then they'd meet on Pullman's terms. He rammed on his cocked hat and stalked from the tent, followed by all the European officers. "We'll march east along the Kaitna," he said excitedly. "That's where we'll march tomorrow, and the riverbank will be our killing ground." He whooped like an excited child. "One short march, gentlemen, and we shall be close to Wellesley's men, and in 2 or 3 days we'll fight whether our lords and masters want it or not." The army marched early next morning. It covered the earth like a dark swarm that flowed beneath the clearing clouds alongside the muddy river Kaitna, which slowly deepened and widened as the army followed it eastwards. Pullman gave them a very short march, a mere 6 miles, so that the leading horsemen had reached Pullman's chosen campsite long before dawn, and by nightfall the slowest of the Maratha infantry had reached a small mud-walled village that lay just 2 miles north of the Kaitna. Scindia and the Rajah of Berar pitched their lavish tents just outside the village, while the Rajah's infantry was ordered to barricade the streets and make loopholes in the thick mud walls of the outermost houses. The village lay on the southern bank of the river Jua, a tributary of the Kaitna, and south of the village stretched 2 miles of open farmland that ended at the steep bank of the river Kaitna. Pullman placed his best infantry, his 3 kompus of superbly trained killers, south of the village, on the high bluff of the Kaitna's northern bank, and in front of them he ranged his 80 best guns. Wellesley, if he wished to reach Bokadan, must come to the Kaitna, and he would find his path blocked by a river, by a fearsome line of heavy guns, by an array of infantry, and behind them, like a fortress, a village crammed with the Rajah of Berar's troops. The trap was laid. In the fields of a village called Assaye. The 2 British armies were close to each other now, close enough for General Wellesley to ride across country to see Colonel Stevenson, the commander of the Second Army. The general rode with his aides and an escort of Indian cavalry, but they saw no enemy on their way westwards across a long flat plain greened by the previous day's rain. Colonel Stevenson, old enough to be Wellesley's father, was alarmed by his general's high spirits. He had seen such elation in young officers before, and seen it crushed by humiliating defeats brought on by overconfidence. "Are you sure you're not hurrying too much?" he asked. "We must hurry, Stevenson, must." Wellesley unrolled a map onto the colonel's table and pointed to Bokadan. "We hear they're likely to stay there, but they won't stay forever. If we don't close on them now, they'll slip away." "If the bastards are that close," Stevenson said, peering at the map, "then maybe we should join forces now." "And if we do," the general said, "it'll take us twice as long to reach Bokadan." The 2 roads on which the armies advanced were narrow, and a few miles south of the river Kaitna, those roads followed passes through a small but steep range of hills. Every wheeled vehicle in both armies would have to be fed through those defiles in the hills, and if the 2 small armies combined, the cumbersome business of negotiating the pass would take a whole day, a day in which the Marathas might escape northwards. Instead, the 2 armies would advance separately and meet at Bokadan. "Tomorrow night," Wellesley ordered, "you camp here." He made a cross on the map at a village called Husainabad. "And we'll be here." The pencil made another cross at a village called Naulnia, which lay 4 miles south of the river Kaitna. The villages were 10 miles apart, and both about the same distance south of Bokadan. "On the 24th, Wellesley said, "we march and join here." He dashed a circle about the village of Bokadan. "There," he added, jabbing the pencil down and breaking its point. Stevenson hesitated. He was a good soldier with a long experience of India, but he was cautious by nature, and it seemed to him that Wellesley was being headstrong and foolish. The Maratha army was vast, the British armies small, yet Wellesley was rushing into battle. There was a dangerous excitement in the usually cool-headed Wellesley, and Stevenson now tried to rein it in. "We could meet at Naulnia," he suggested, thinking it better if the armies combined the day before the battle, rather than attempt to make their junction under fire. "No, we have no time," Wellesley declared. "No time." He swept aside the weights holding down the map's corners so that the big sheet rolled up with a snap. "Providence has put their army within striking distance, so let us strike." He tossed the map to his aide, Campbell, then ducked out of the tent into the day's late sunlight, and there found himself staring at Colonel McCandless, who was mounted on a small, bony horse.
"You?"
Wellesley said with surprise.
"I thought you were wounded, McCandless."
"I am, sir, but it's healing." The Scotsman patted his left thigh.
"So what are you doing here?"
"Seeking you, sir," McCandless answered, though in truth he had come to Stevenson's army by mistake. One of Savage's men scouting the area had seen the redcoats, and McCandless had thought it must be Wellesley's men.
"And what on earth are you riding?"
Wellesley asked, pulling himself onto Diarmid's back.
"Looks like a gypsy nag, McCandless. I've seen ponies that are bigger."
McCandless patted the captured Mahratta horse.
"She's the best I can do, sir. I lost my own gelding. Well, for 400 guineas you can have my spare. Give me a note, McCandless, and he's all yours. Aeolus he's called. A 6-year-old gelding out of County Meath. Good lungs, got a capped hock, but it doesn't stop him."
"I'll see you in 2 days, Colonel." Wellesley now addressed Stevenson.
2 days. We'll test our Mahrattas, eh? See if their vaunted infantry can stand some pounding. Good day, Stevenson. Are you coming, McCandless?"
"I am, sir, I am." Sharpe fell in beside Daniel Fletcher, the General's orderly.
"I've never seen the General so happy," Sharpe said to Fletcher.
"Got the bit between his teeth," Fletcher said.
"He reckons we're going to surprise the enemy."
"He ain't worried. There are thousands of the buggers."
"He ain't showing nothing if he is frightened," Fletcher said.
"Up and at them, that's his mood."
"And God help the rest of us," Sharpe said.
The General talked with McCandless on his way back, but nothing the Scotsman said diminished Wellesley's eagerness, even though McCandless warned him of the effectiveness of the Mahratta artillery and the efficiency of the infantry.
"We knew all that when we declared war," Wellesley said testily, "and if it didn't deter us then, why should it now?"
"Don't underestimate them, sir," McCandless said grimly.
"I rather hope they'll underestimate me," Wellesley said.
"You want that gelding of mine?"
"I don't have the money, sir." "Oh, come on, McCandless. You on a company colonel's salary. You must have a fortune stacked away."
"I have some savings, sir, for my retirement, which is not far off."
"I'll make it 380 guineas, seeing as it's you. And in a couple of years you can sell him for 400. You can't go into battle on that thing."
He gestured at the Mahratta horse.
"I'll think on it, sir. I'll think on it,"
McCandless said gloomily. He prayed that the good Lord would restore his own horse to him, along with Lieutenant Dodd, but if that didn't happen soon, then he knew he'd have to buy a decent horse, though the prospect of spending such a vast sum grieved him.
"You'll take supper with me tonight, McCandless?" Wellesley asked. "We have a fine leg of mutton, a rare leg."
"I eschew meat, sir," the Scotsman answered.
"You eschew meat and chew vegetables?"
The General decided this was a splendid joke, and frightened his horse by uttering a fierce neigh of a laugh.
"That's droll. Very. You eschew meat to chew vegetables." "Never mind, McCandless. We shall find you some chewable shrubs."
McCandless chewed his vegetables that night, and afterwards, excusing himself, went to the tent that Wellesley had lent to him. He was tired. His leg was throbbing, but there had been no sign of the fever all day, and for that he was grateful. He read his Bible, knelt in prayer beside the cot, then blew out the lantern to sleep. An hour later he was woken by the thump of hoofs, the sound of suppressed voices, a giggle, and the brush of someone half falling against the tent.
"Who is it?"
McCandless demanded angrily.
"Colonel?"
Sharpe's voice answered.
"Me, sir. Sorry, sir. Lost my footing, sir."
"I was sleeping, man."
"Didn't mean to wake you, sir. Sorry, sir." "Stand still, you bugger." "Not you, sir." "Sorry, sir."
McCandless, dressed in shirt and breeches, snatched the tent flap open.
"Are you drunk?"
he demanded, then fell silent as he gazed at the horse Sharpe was holding. The horse was a gelding, a splendid bay gelding, with pricked ears and a quick, nervous energy.
"He's 6 years old, sir,"
Sharpe said. Daniel Fletcher was trying to hammer in the picket, and doing a very bad job because of the drink inside him.
"He's got a cap hock, sir, whatever that is, but nothing that'll stop him. Comes from Ireland, he does. All that green grass, sir, makes a good horse. Aeolus he's called." "Aeolus?" McCandless said. "The god of the wind. Is he one of those Indian idols, sir? All arms and snakeheads?" "No, Sharpe. Aeolus is Greek."
McCandless took the reins from Sharpe and stroked the gelding's nose.
"Is Wellesley lending him to me?" "Oh, no, sir."
Sharpe had taken the mallet from the half-drunk Fletcher and now banged the picket firmly into the soil.
"He's yours, sir. All yours."
"But McCandless said, and then stopped, not understanding the situation at all.
He's paid for, sir, Sharpe said.
Paid for by whom? McCandless demanded sternly.
Just paid for, sir.
You blithering Sharpe.
Sorry, sir.
Explain yourself, the Colonel demanded. General Wellesley had said much the same thing, when, just 40 minutes before, an aide had told him that Sergeant Sharpe was begging to see him, and the General, who was just bidding good night to the last of his supper guests, had reluctantly agreed.
"Make it quick, Sergeant," he'd said, his fine mood disguised by his usual coldness.
"It's Colonel McCandless, sir," Sharpe said woodenly. "He's decided to buy your horse, sir, and he sent me with the money." He stepped forward and tipped a bag of gold onto the General's map table. The gold was Indian, from every state in Princedom, but it was real gold, and it lay shining like butter in the candle flames. Wellesley gazed in astonishment at the treasure.
"He said he didn't have the money."
"He's a Scotsman, sir, the Colonel," Sharpe had said, as though that explained everything. "And he's sorry it ain't real money, sir. Guineas. But it's a full price, sir. 400.
380, Wellesley said. "Tell the Colonel I'll return some to him. But a note would have done just as well. I'm supposed to carry gold on me."
"Sorry, sir," Sharpe had said lamely, but he could never have provided a note for the General. So instead he'd sought out one of the Binjaris who followed the army, and that merchant had exchanged emeralds for gold. Sharpe suspected he'd been cheated, but he'd wanted to give the Colonel the pleasure of owning a fine horse, and so he'd accepted the Binjari's price.
"Is it all right, sir?"
he'd asked Wellesley anxiously.
"Extraordinary way to do business,"
Wellesley had said, but he'd nodded his agreement.
"A fair sale, Sergeant," he said,
and he'd almost held out his hand to shake Sharpe's, as a man always shook hands on the sale of a horse. Then he remembered that Sharpe was a sergeant, and so he had hastily converted his gesture into a vague wave. And after Sharpe had gone, and while he was scooping the coins into their bag, the General also remembered Sergeant Hakeswell. Not that it was any of his business, so perhaps it had been sensible not to mention the sergeant's presence to Sharpe. McCandless now admired the gelding.
"Who paid for it?"
"Good-looking horse, ain't he, sir?" Sharpe said. "Good as your other, I'd say."
"Sharpe, you're blithering again. Who paid for it?"
Sharpe hesitated, but knew he was not going to be spared the interrogation.
"In a manner of speaking, sir," he said, "the Tipu did."
"The Tipu? Are you mad?" Sharpe blushed.
"The fellow that killed the Tipu, sir. He took some jewels off him."
"Well, the king's ransom, I should imagine," McCandless snorted. "So I persuaded the fellow to buy the horse, sir, as a gift for you, sir." McCandless stared at Sharpe.
"That was you?"
"It was me who did what, sir?"
"You killed the Tipu."
It was almost an accusation.
"Me, sir?"
Sharpe asked innocently.
"No, sir."
McCandless stared at the gelding.
"I can't possibly accept, Sergeant."
"Well, he's no good to me, sir. Sergeant can't own a horse. Not a proper horse from Ireland, sir. And if I hadn't been daydreaming in Polman's camp, sir, I might have stopped those thieves. So it's only fair that you should let me get you another."
"You can't do this, Sharpe,"
McCandless protested, embarrassed by the generosity of the gift.
"Besides, in a day or two I hope to get my own horse back, along with Mr. Dodd."
Sharpe hadn't thought of that, and for a second he cursed himself for throwing away his money. Then he shrugged. "It's done anyway, sir. General's got the money, and you've got the horse. Besides, sir, you've always been fair to me, so I wanted to do something for you."
"It's intolerable,"
McCandless protested.
"Uncalled for.
Well, I shall have to repay you." 400 guineas, Sharpe asked. "That's the price of an ensign's commission, sir."
"So?"
McCandless stared fiercely at Sharpe. "So we're going into battle, sir. You on that horse, and me on a Mahratta pony. It's a chance, sir. A chance, but, well, if I do well, sir, real well, I'll need you to talk to the General." Sharpe blushed as he spoke, amazed at his own temerity. "That's how you repay me, sir? But that's not why I bought him. I just wanted you to have a proper horse, sir. Colonel like you shouldn't be sitting on a scabby native pony, sir." McCandless, appalled at Sharpe's ambition, didn't know what to say. He stroked the gelding, felt tears in his eyes, and couldn't tell whether they were for Sharpe's impossible dreams or because he'd been so touched by the sergeant's gift. "If you do well, Sharpe," he promised, "I'll talk to Colonel Wallace. He's a good friend. It's possible he'll have a vacant ensign's post, but don't raise your hopes too high." He paused, wondering if emotion had driven him to promise far too much. "How did the Tipu die?" he asked after a while. "And don't lie to me, Sharpe. It must have been you who killed him." "Like a man, sir. Bravely. Facing front he was. Never gave up." "He was a good soldier," McCandless said, reflecting that the Tipu had been beaten by a better one. "I trust you've still got some of his jewels." "Jewels, sir?" Sharpe asked. "Oh, I don't know about jewels, sir." "Of course not," McCandless said. If the company ever heard that Sharpe was carrying the Tipu's gems, their prize agents would descend on the sergeant like locusts. "Thank you, Sharpe," McCandless said fulsomely. "Thank you very much. I shall repay you, of course, but you've touched me. Upon my soul, you've touched me." He insisted upon shaking Sharpe's hand, then watched the sergeant walk away with the general's orderly. So much sin there, McCandless thought, and so much goodness. But why had Pullman ever put the idea of a commission into Sharpe's head? It was an impossible dream, doomed to disappointment. Another man also watched Sharpe walk away. It was Private Lowry of the King's 33rd, who now hurried back to the baggage camp. "It was him, Sergeant," he told Hegswell. "You sure?" "Large as life." "God bless you, Larry, God bless you." And God, Hegswell thought, had certainly blessed him. He had feared that he'd have to endure a battle, but now Sharpe had come, and Hegswell could produce his precious warrant and be on his way south. Let the army fight its battle, and let it win or lose, Hegswell didn't care. For Sergeant Hegswell had what he wanted, and he would be rich. Chapter 8. General Wellesley was like a gambler who'd emptied his purse onto the table and now had to wait for the cards to fall. There was still time to scoop the money back and walk away from the game, but if he ever felt that temptation, he did not betray it to his aides, nor to any of the army's senior officers. The colonels in his army were all older than Wellesley, some much older, and Wellesley courteously sought their advice, though he largely ignored it. Orrock, a company colonel and commander of the 8th Madras Infantry, recommended an extravagant outflanking march to the east, though so far as Wellesley could determine, the only ambition of such a manoeuvre was to remove the army as far as possible from the enemy horde. The general was forced to pay more attention to his two Williams, Wallace and Harness, the commanding officers of his two Scottish battalions, who were also his brigade leaders. "If we join Stevenson, sir, we might manage the business," Wallace opined, his tone making it clear that, even combined, the two British armies would be dangerously outnumbered. "I've no doubt Harness will agree with me, sir," Wallace added, though William Harness, the commander of the 78th, seemed surprised to have his opinion sought. "Your business how you fight them, Wellesley," he growled. "Point my men, and I'll warrant they'll fight. The bastards had better fight. I'll flog this scum witless if they don't." Wellesley forbore to point out that if the 78th refused to fight, then there'd be no one left to flog, for there'd be no army. Harness wouldn't have listened anyway, for he had taken the opportunity to lecture the general on the ameliorative effects of a flogging. "A first colonel liked to see one well scourged back a week, Wellesley," he said. "I reckon they kept the men to their duty. He once flogged a sergeant's wife, I recall. He wanted to know if a woman could take the pain, you see, and she couldn't. The lass was fair wriggling." Harness sighed, recalling happier days. "Do you dream, Wellesley?" "Dream, Harness." "Well, when you sleep?" "At times." "A flogging will stop it. Nothing to bring on a good night's sleep like a well-whipped back." Harness, a tall, black-browed man, who seemed to wear a constant expression of wide-eyed disapproval, shook his head sadly. "A dreamless sleep, that's what I dream of. Loosens the bowels too, you know." "Sleep?" "A flogging," Harness snapped angrily. "Stimulates the blood, you see." Wellesley disliked making inquiries about senior officers, but he took care to rise alongside his new aide, Colin Campbell. "Was there much flogging in the 78th?" he asked the aide, who until the siege of Ahmednagar had served under Harness. "There's been much recent talk of it, sir, but not in practice." "Well, your colonel seems much enamoured of the practice." "His enthusiasms come and go," Campbell said blandly. "But until a few weeks ago, sir, he was not a man for enthusiasms. Now suddenly he is. He encouraged us to eat snakes in July, though he didn't insist on it. I gather he tried some cobra seeds in milk, but it didn't agree with him." "Ah," the General said, understanding the carefully phrased message. So Harness was going out of his wits. Wellesley chided himself for not guessing as much from the Colonel's fixed glare. "The battalion has a doctor?" "You can take a horse to water, sir," Campbell said carefully. Indeed, indeed. Not that the General could do anything about Harness's incipient madness now, nor had the Colonel done anything that deserved dismissal. Indeed, mad or not, he'd had a fine battalion, and Wellesley would need the Scotsman when he came to Bocadan. He thought constantly of Bocadan. Though what that place was, other than a mark on the map, he didn't know. He simply imagined the village as swirls of dust and bellowing noise, a place of galloping horses where big guns would flatten the air with their hot thumps, and the sky would be ripped apart with shrieking metal and murderous volleys. It would be Wellesley's first field battle. He had fought skirmishes enough, and led a cavalry charge that rode a bandit army into bloody oblivion, but he had never commanded guns and horse and infantry together, and he had never tried to impose his own will on an enemy general. He didn't doubt his ability, nor did he doubt that he'd stay calm amidst the dust and smoke and flame and blood, but he did fear that some unlucky shot would kill or maim him, and the army would then be in the hands of a man without a vision of victory. Stevenson or Wallace would be competent enough, though Wellesley privately thought them both too cautious, but God help an army guided by Harness's enthusiasms. The other colonels, all company men, echoed Wallace's advice to make sure of the junction with Stevenson before battle was joined, and Wellesley recognized the wisdom of that opinion, even while he refused to deflect his army to join Stevenson before they both reached Bocadan. There was no time for such a nicety. So instead, whichever army first came to the enemy must engage him first, and the other must join the battle, to which end Wellesley knew he must keep his left flank open, for that was where Stevenson's men would join his own. The General reckoned he must put the bulk of his cavalry on the left, and station one of his 2 Highland regiments to serve as a bulwark on that flank. But beyond that he didn't know what he would do once he reached Bocadan except attack, attack, and attack again. He reasoned that when a small army faced a great horde, then the small army had better keep moving, and so destroy the enemy piece by piece. But if the small army stayed still, then it risked being surrounded and pulverized into surrender. Bocadan, on the 24th day of September. That was the goal, and Wellesley marched his men hard. The cavalry vanguard and the infantry pickets of the day were roused at midnight, and an hour later, just as the rest of the army was being stirred into sullen wakefulness, those men would start the northwards march. By 2 o'clock the whole army was moving. Dogs barked as the cavalry vanguard clattered through the villages, and after the horsemen came heavy guns hauled by oxen, marching Highlanders, and long ranks of sepoys under their leather-cased colours. 10 miles to the west, Stevenson's army marched parallel to Wellesley's, but 10 miles was a half-day's march, and if either force was confronted by the enemy, then the other could do nothing to help. Everything hinged on their meeting at Bocadan. Most of the men had little idea of what waited for them. They sensed the sudden urgency, and guessed it presaged battle, but though the rumours spoke of the enemy as a numberless horde, they marched confidently. They grumbled, of course, for all soldiers grumble. They complained about being hungry, they swore at being made to tramp through the cavalry's manure, and they cursed the oppressive heat that seemed scarcely alleviated by marching at night. Each march finished by midday, when the men would rig their tents and sprawl in the shade while the pickets set guards, and the cavalry watered horses, and the commissary butchered bullocks to provide ration meat. The cavalry were the busiest men. Their job was to ride ahead into the flanks of the army to drive any enemy scouts far away, so that Scindia would not know that the 2 red-coated armies marched to trap him. But each morning, as the eastern horizon turned grey, then flushed with pink, then glowed gold and red before finally exploding into light, the patrols searched in vain for any enemies. The Mahratta horse seemed to be staying home, and some of the cavalry officers feared that their enemy might have slipped away again. As they were nearing Naulnia, which would be Wellesley's last resting place before he marched through the night to Bocadan, the General called his patrols closer to the army, ordering them to ride just a mile or 2 in front of his column. If the enemy was asleep, he explained to his aides, then it was best to do nothing to wake him. It was Sunday, and if the enemy was still engaged in its Sturba, then the next day would bring battle. One day to let fears harass hope, though Wellesley's aides seemed careless enough as they marched the last few miles to Naulnia. Major John Blackiston, an engineer on Wellesley's staff, was needling Captain Campbell by saying that the Scots had no harvest to speak of. "Oats alone, isn't that it, Captain?" "You've not seen barley, Major, till you've been to Scotland," Campbell declared. "You could hide a regiment in a field of Scottish barley. I can't think why you'd want to do such a thing, but doubtless you have your reasons. But as I understand it, Campbell, you heathen Scots have no order of service to give thanks to God for a harvest. You've not heard of the Cairn, Major, the Melfeast." "Cairn? A harvest home, you call it, when you scavenge those few weeds in England, then beg us generous Scots to send you food, which we do, being Christian folk who take pity on those less fortunate than ourselves. And talking of the less fortunate, Major, here's the sick list." Campbell handed Blackiston a piece of paper, on which was tallied the number of men from each regiment who were too sick to march. Those men were now being carried on the ox carts of the baggage train, and routinely those who were unlikely to recover quickly were sent southwards on returning convoys. But Blackiston knew the general would not want to detach any cavalry to protect a convoy just before a battle. "Tell Sears the sick can all wait in Naulnia," Blackiston ordered, "and warn Captain Mackay to have at least a score of empty wagons ready." He did not specify why Mackay should prepare empty wagons, but nor did he need to do so. The wagons would carry the men wounded in battle, and Blackiston fervently prayed that no more than a score of ox carts would be needed. Captain Mackay had anticipated the need for empty wagons, and had already put chalk marks on those whose burdens were light and could be transferred to other carts. Once at Naulnia, he would have the cargoes rearranged, and he sought out Sergeant Hickswell to supervise the business. But Obadiah Hickswell had other plans. "My criminal's back with the army, sir." "And you haven't arrested him already?" Mackay asked in surprise. "I can't march a man in irons, sir, not in this place. But if you're establishing a camp, sir, at Naulnia, sir, I can hold my prisoner under guard like my duty say I should, sir." "So I shall be losing your services, Sergeant?" "Well, it ain't what I want, sir," Hickswell lied, "but I has me responsibilities, sir, and if we're leaving baggage at Naulnia, sir, then I shall have to stay there with my prisoner. Colonel Gore's orders, sir. Is that Naulnia up ahead, sir?" "Well, it seems to be," Mackay said, for the distant village was busy with men laying out the lines for the regiment's tents. "Then if you'll forgive me, sir, I have to be about my duties." Hickswell had deliberately waited for this moment, reckoning that it would be far too great a bother to keep marching northwards with Sharpe under escort. It would be better to wait until the army had established the baggage camp, where Hickswell could keep Sharpe while the battle was fought, and if one more redcoat died that day, who would miss him? So now, freed from Mackay's baggage guard, the sergeant hurried his 6 men up the column to find Colonel McCandless. McCandless's leg was still throbbing, and the fever had left him weak, but his spirits had recovered, because riding Aeolus had convinced him that no finer horse had ever stepped on earth. The gelding was tireless, McCandless declared, and better schooled than any horse he had ever ridden. Severdee was amused by the colonel's enthusiasm. "You sound like a man with a new woman, McCandless." "If you say so, Severdee, if you say so," McCandless said, not rising to the Indian's bait. "But isn't he a beauty? Magnificent." "County Meath," the colonel said. "They breed good hunters in County Meath. They have big hedges, like jumping a haystack." "County Meath is in Ireland?" Severdee asked. It is. Another country beneath Britain's heel." "For a man beneath my heel, Severdee," the colonel said, "you look in a remarkably fine fettle. Can we talk about tomorrow? Sharpe, I want you to listen." Sharpe urged his small Maratha horse alongside the colonel's big gelding. Like Wellesley, Colonel McCandless was planning what he would do at Borcadan, and though the colonel's task was much smaller than the general's, it was no less important to him. "Let us assume, gentlemen, that we shall win this battle at Borcadan tomorrow," he said, and waited for the invariable riposte from Severdee, but the tall Indian said nothing. "Our task then," the colonel went on, "is to hunt Dodd among the fugitives, hunt him and capture him. If he still lives," Severdee remarked, "which I pray God he does. He must face British justice before he goes to God's condemnation. So when the battle is joined, gentlemen, our task is not to get involved with the fighting, but to search for Dodd's men. It won't be difficult. So far as I know, they're the only regiment in white jackets, and once we have them, we stay close till they break, then we pursue. And if they don't break, Savaji asked. Then we march again and fight again, the Colonel answered grimly. But by God's grace, Savaji, we shall find this man, even if we have to hunt him into the deserts of Persia. Britain has more than a heavy heel, Savaji. It has a long arm. Long arms are easily cut off, Savaji said. Sharpe had stopped listening. He'd heard a commotion behind as a group of army wives were thrust off the road, and had turned to see who had barged the women aside. And at first all he had seen was a group of redcoats. Then he had recognized the red facings on the jackets, and he had wondered what on earth men of the 33rd were doing here. And then he had recognized Sergeant Hickswill. Obadiah Hickswill. Of all people, Hickswill. Sharpe stared in horror at his long-time enemy, and Obadiah Hickswill caught his eye and grinned maliciously, and Sharpe knew that his appearance boded no good. Hickswill broke into a lumbering run, so that his haversack, pouches, bayonet and musket thumped against his body.
"Sir!"
he called up to Colonel McCandless.
"Colonel McCandless, sir!"
McCandless turned and frowned at the interruption. Then, like Sharpe, he stared at the sergeant as though he didn't believe his eyes. McCandless knew Hickswill, for Hickswill had been imprisoned in the Tipu Sultan's dungeons at the same time as Sharpe and the Colonel, and what McCandless knew he did not like. The Scotsman scowled. "Sergeant Hickswill, you're far from home?"
"As we all are, sir, doing our duties to king and country in an heathen land, sir."
Hickswill slowed to a march, keeping pace with the Scotsman's horse.
"I'm ordered to see you, sir, by the General himself, sir, by Sir Arthur Wellesley, sir, God bless him, sir."
"I know who the General is, Sergeant," McCandless said coldly.
"Glad to hear it, sir. Got a paper for you, sir. Urgent paper, sir. What needs your urgent attention, sir?"
Hickswill gave a venomous glance at Sharpe, then held the warrant up to McCandless.
"This paper, sir, what I've been carrying in my pouch, sir, on Colonel Gore's orders, sir."
McCandless unfolded the warrant. Savaji had hurried ahead, going to find somewhere to billet his men in the village, and while McCandless read the orders for Sharpe's arrest, Hickswill fell back so that he was walking beside Sharpe.
"We'll have you off that horse in a quick minute, Sharpie," he said.
"Go and boil your head, Obadiah."
"Oh, you always did have ideas above your station, Sharpie. Won't do. Not in this army. We ain't the frogs. We don't wear pretty long red boots like yours, we don't, 'cause we don't have airs and graces. Not in this army. Says so in the scriptures."
Sharpe tugged on his rein so that his small horse swerved into Hickswill's path. The sergeant skipped aside.
"Under arrest you are, Sharpie,"
Hickswill crowed.
"Under arrest, court-martial offence. Be a shooting job, I dare say."
Hickswill grinned, showing his yellow teeth.
"Bang, bang, you're dead. Taken me a long time, Sharpie, but I'm going to be evens with you. All over for you it is. Says so in the scriptures."
"That says nothing of the sort, Sergeant," McCandless snapped, turning in his saddle and glaring at the sergeant. "I've had occasion to speak to you before about the scriptures, and if I hear you cite their authority one more time, I shall break you, Sergeant Hickswill. I shall break you."
"Sir,"
Hickswill acknowledged. He doubted that McCandless, a company officer, could break anyone in the King's army, at least not without a deal of effort, but he did not let his scepticism show, for Obadiah Hickswill believed in showing complete subservience to all officers.
"Never meant to upset you, sir," he said. "Apologise, sir. No offence meant, sir."
McCandless read the warrant a third time. Something about the wording worried him, but he couldn't quite place his concern. "It says here, Sharpe," McCandless said, "that you struck an officer on August the 5th this year."
"I did what, sir?"
Sharpe asked, horrified. "Assaulted Captain Morris. Here." And McCandless thrust the warrant towards Sharpe. "Take it, man, read it." Sharpe took the paper, and while he read, Sergeant Hickswill embellished the charge to Colonel McCandless.
"An assault, sir, with a Jake spot, sir, a full one, sir, liquids and solids, sir, both. Right on the captain's head, sir."
"And you were the only witness?" McCandless asked.
"Me and Captain Morris, sir."
"I don't believe a word of it," McCandless growled.
"Up to a court to decide, sir, begging your pardon. Your job, sir, is to deliver the prisoner to my keeping."
"You do not instruct me in my duties, Sergeant," McCandless said angrily.
"I just knows you will do your duty, sir, like we all does, except for some as I could mention."
Hickswill smiled at Sharpe.
"Finding the long words difficult, are we, Sharpie?"
McCandless reached over and took the warrant back from Sharpe, who had indeed been finding some of the longer words difficult. The Colonel had expressed his disbelief in the charge, but that was more out of loyalty to Sharpe than from any conviction, though there was still something out of kilter in the warrant. "Was it true, Sharpe?" McCandless now asked.
"No, sir,"
Sharpe said indignantly.
"He was always a good liar, sir," Hexwold said helpfully. "Lies like a rug, sir, he does. Famous for it."
The sergeant was becoming breathless as he hurried to keep pace with the Scotsman's horse. "So what do you intend to do with Sergeant Sharpe?" McCandless asked.
"Do, sir? I do my duty, of course, sir. Escort the prisoner back to battalion, sir, as is ordered."
Hexwold gestured at his 6 men, who marched a few paces behind.
"We'll guard him nice and proper, sir, all the way home, and then have him stand trial for his filthy crime."
McCandless bit his right thumb and shook his head. He rode in silence for a few paces, and when Sharpe protested, he ignored the indignant words. He put the warrant in his right hand again, and seemed to read it yet another time. Far off to the east, at least a mile away, there was a sudden flurry of dust, and the sparkle of saw blades catching the sun. Some enemy horsemen had been waiting in a grove of trees, from where they had been watching the British march, but now they were flushed out by a troop of Mysore horsemen who pursued them northwards. McCandless glanced at the distant action. "So they'll know we're here now, more's the pity. How do you spell your name, Sharpe? With or without an E?"
"With, sir."
"You will correct me if I'm wrong," McCandless said, "but it seems to me that this is not your name." He handed the warrant back to Sharpe, who saw that the E at the end of his name had been smeared out. There was a smudge of black ink there, and beneath it the impression of the E made by the steel nib in the paper, but the ink had been diluted and nearly erased. Sharpe hid his astonishment that McCandless, a stickler for honesty and straight dealing, had resorted to such a subterfuge.
"Not my name, sir,"
Sharpe said woodenly. Hexwold looked from Sharpe to McCandless, then back to Sharpe and finally at McCandless again.
"Sir!"
The word exploded from him. "You're out of breath, Sergeant," McCandless said, taking the warrant back from Sharpe. "But you will see here that you're expressly ordered to arrest a sergeant whose name is Richard Sharpe. No E, Sergeant. This Sergeant Sharpe uses an E on his name, so he cannot be the man you want, and I certainly cannot release him to your custody on the authority of this piece of paper. Here." McCandless held the warrant out, letting it drop a heartbeat before Hexwold could take it. The paper fluttered down to the dusty road. Hexwold snatched the warrant up and peered at the writing.
"Ink's run, sir," he protested. "Sir?"
He ran after McCandless's horse, stumbling on the uneven road.
"Look, sir! Ink's run, sir!"
McCandless ignored the offered warrant. "It's clear, Sergeant Hexwold, that the spelling of the name has been corrected. In all conscience, I cannot act upon that warrant. What you must do, Sergeant, is send a message to Lieutenant Colonel Gore, asking him to clear up the confusion. A new warrant, I think, would be best, and until such time as I see such a warrant legibly written, I cannot release Sergeant Sharpe from his present duties. Good day, Hexwold."
"You can't do this, sir,"
Hexwold protested. McCandless smiled. "You fundamentally misunderstand the hierarchy of the army, Sergeant. It is I, a colonel, who define your duties, not you, a sergeant, who define mine. I say to a man, go, and he goeth. It says so in the Scriptures. I bid you good day." And with that the Scotsman touched his spurs to the gelding's flanks. Hexwold's face twitched as he turned on Sharpe.
"I'll have you, Sharpe. I will have you. I ain't forgotten nothing."
"You ain't learned nothing either," Sharpe said, then spurred after the colonel. He lifted 2 fingers as he passed Hexwold, then left him behind in the dust. He was, for the moment, free. Simone Joubert placed the 8 diamonds on the window ledge of the tiny house where the wives of Scindia's European officers had been quartered. She was alone for the moment, for the other women had gone to visit the 3 compus that were stationed on the Kaitna's northern bank. But Simone had not wanted their company, and so she had pleaded a turbulent stomach, though she supposed she ought to visit Pierre before the battle, if indeed there was to be a fight. Not that Simone cared much. Let them have their battle, she thought, and at the end of it, when the river was dark with British blood, her life would be no better. She gazed at the diamonds again, thinking about the man who'd given them to her. Pierre would be angry if he learned she was concealing such wealth. But once his anger had passed, he'd sell the stones and send the money back to his rapacious family in France. "Madame Joubert!" A voice held her from outside the window, and Simone guiltily swept the diamonds into her small purse, though because she was on an upper floor no one could see the gems. She peered down from the window and saw a cheerful Colonel Pullman in shirt-sleeves and braces standing among the straw in the courtyard of the neighbouring house. "Colonel," she responded dutifully. "I am hiding my elephants," the colonel said, gesturing at the 3 beasts which were being led into the courtyard. The tallest carried Pullman's hodder, while the other 2 were burdened with the wooden chests in which the colonel was reputed to keep his gold. "Might I leave you to guard my menagerie?" the colonel asked. "From what?" Simone asked. "From thieves," the colonel said happily. "Not the British." "They will never reach this far, madame," Pullman said, "except as prisoners." And Simone had a sudden vision of Sergeant Richard Sharpe again. She had been raised to believe that the British were a piratical race, a nation without a conscience, who mindlessly impeded the spread of French enlightenment. But perhaps, she thought, she liked pirates. "I will guard your elephants, Colonel," she called down. "And have some dinner with me?" Pullman asked. "I have some cold chicken and warm wine." "I have promised to join Pierre," Simone said, dreading the 2-mile ride across the drab fields to where Dodd's cobras waited beside the Caïtna. "Then I shall escort you to his side, madame," Pullman said courteously. Once the battle was over, he reckoned he might mount an assault on Madame Joubert's virtue. It would be an amusing diversion, but not, he thought, an especially difficult campaign. Unhappy women yielded to patience and sympathy, and there'd be plenty of time for both once Wellesley and Stevenson had been destroyed. And there'd be a pleasure, too, in beating Major Dodd to the prize of Simone's virtue. Pullman detailed 20 of his bodyguard to guard the 3 elephants. He never rode one of the beasts in battle, for an elephant became the target of every enemy gunner, but he looked forward to mounting the hodder for a great victory parade after the campaign. And victory would leave Pullman rich enough to start building his great marble palace, in which he planned to hang the captured banners of his enemy. From sergeant to princeling in 10 years. And the key to that princedom was the gold that he was storing in Assaye. He ordered his bodyguard that no one, not even the Rajah of Berar, whose troops were garrisoning the village, should be allowed into the courtyard. Then he instructed his servants to detach the golden panels from the hodder and add them to the boxes of treasure. "If the worst should happen," he told the Subadar who was in charge of the men guarding the treasure, "I'll join you there. Not that it will," he added cheerfully. A clatter of hoofs in the alley outside the courtyard announced the arrival of a patrol of horsemen, returning from a foray south of the Caïtna. For 3 days Pullman had kept his cavalry on a tight rein, not wanting to alarm Wellesley, as the British general marched north towards the trap. But that morning he'd released a few patrols southwards, and one of those now returned with the welcome news that the enemy was only 4 miles south of the Caïtna. Pullman already knew that the second British army, that of Colonel Stevenson, was still 10 miles off to the west, and that meant that the British had blundered. Wellesley, in his eagerness to reach Borkadan, had brought his men to the waiting arms of the whole Maratha army. The colonel thought about waiting for Madame Joubert, then decided he couldn't afford the time, and so he mounted the horse he rode in battle, and with those of his bodyguard not deputed to guard his gold, and with a string of aides surrounding him, he galloped south from Assaye to the Caïtna's bank, where his trap was set. He passed the news to Dupont and Saleur, then rode to prepare his own troops. He spoke with his officers, finishing with Major William Dodd. "I hear the British are making camp in Naulnier," Pullman said. "So what we should do is march south and hammer him. It's one thing to have Wellesley so close, but it's quite another to bring him to battle." "So why don't we march?" Dodd asked. "Because Scindia won't have it, that's why. Scindia insists we fight on the defensive. He's nervous." Dodd spat, but made no other comment on his employer's timidity. "So there's a nasty danger," Pullman went on, "that Wellesley won't attack us at all, but will retreat towards Stevenson." "So we beat them both at once," Dodd said confidently. "As we shall, if we must," Pullman agreed dryly. "But I'd rather fight them separately." He was confident of victory. No soldier could be more confident, but he was no fool, and given the chance to defeat 2 small armies instead of 1 medium-sized force, he'd prefer the former. "If you have forgot, Major," he said, Pray that Wellesley is overconfident. Pray that he attacks us." It was a fervent prayer, for if Wellesley did attack, he'd be forced to send his men across the Kaitna, which was some 60 or 70 paces broad and flowing brown between high banks that were over 100 paces apart. If the monsoon had come, the river would have filled its bed and been 12 or 15 feet deep, while Nibe was only 6 or 7, though that was quite deep enough to stop an army crossing. But right in front of Pullman's position there was a series of fords, and Pullman's prayer was that the British would try to cross the fords and attack straight up the road to Asaya. Wellesley would have no other choice, not if he wanted a battle, for Pullman had summoned farmers from every village in the vicinity, from Asaya and Warur, from Kodali, Tonkli and Pipolgaon, and asked them where a man could drive a herd of cattle through the river. He had used the example of a herd of oxen because where such a herd could go, so could oxen drawing guns. And every man had agreed that in this season the only crossing places were the fords between Kodali and Tonkli. A man could drive his herds upriver to Bokodan, they told Pullman's interpreter, and cross there, but that was a half-day's walk away. And why would a man be that foolish when the river provided 8 safe fords between the 2 villages? "Are there any crossing places downstream?" Pullman asked. A score of dark faces shook in unison. "No, Sahib, not in the wet season." "This season isn't wet." "There are still no fords, Sahib." They were sure as only local men who'd lived all their lives bounded by the same water and trees and soil could be sure. Pullman had still been unconvinced. "And if a man does not want to drive a herd, but just wants to cross himself, where would he cross?" The villagers provided the same answer. "Between Kodali and Tonkli, Sahib." "Nowhere else?" Nowhere else, they assured him. And that meant Wellesley would be forced to cross the river in the face of Pullman's waiting army. The British infantry and guns would have to slither down the steep southern bank of the Kaitna, cross a wide expanse of mud, wade through the river, then climb the steep northern bank, and all the while they'd be under fire from the Mahratta guns, until when they reached the green fields on the northern shore, they'd reform their ranks and march forward into a double storm of musketry and artillery. Wherever the British crossed the Kaitna, anywhere between Kodali and Tonkli, they'd find the same murderous reception waiting. For Pullman's 3 prime kompus were arrayed in one long line that fronted that whole stretch of the river. There were 80 guns in that line, and though some threw nothing but a 5 or 6 pound ball, at least half were heavy artillery, and all were manned by Goanese gunners who knew their business. The cannon were grouped in 8 batteries, 1 for each ford, and there wasn't an inch of ground between the batteries that could not be flailed by canister, or beaten by round shot, or scorched by shells. Pullman's well-trained infantry waited to pour a devastating weight of volley fire into red-coated regiments already deafened and demoralized by the cannon fire that would have torn their ranks into shreds as they struggled across the bloody fords. The numberless Mahratta cavalry were off to the west, strung along the bank towards Bokodan, and there it would wait until the British were defeated and Pullman released the horsemen to the joys of pursuit and slaughter. The Hanoverian reckoned that his battle line waiting at the fords would decimate the enemy, and the horsemen would turn the British defeat into a bloody rout. But there was always a small chance that the enemy might survive the river crossing and succeed in gaining the Kaitna's northern bank in good order. He doubted the British could force his 3 kompus back, but in case they did, Pullman planned to retreat 2 miles to the village of Asaya and invite the British to waste more men in an assault on what was now a miniature fortress. Asaya, like every other village on the plain, lived in fear of bandit raids, and so the outermost houses had high, windowless walls made of thick mud. And the houses were joined so that their walls formed a continuous rampart as high as the wall at Ahmednagar. Pullman had blocked the village's streets with ox carts. He'd ordered loopholes hacked in the outer wall. He had placed all his smaller guns, a score of 2- and 3-pounder cannon, at the foot of the wall, and then he garrisoned the houses with the Rajah of Berat's 20,000 infantrymen. Pullman doubted that any of those 20,000 men would need to fight, but he had the luxury of knowing they were in reserve should anything go wrong at the Kaitna. He had just one problem left, and to solve it he asked Dodd to accompany him eastwards along the riverbank. "If you were Wellesley," he asked Dodd, "how would you attack?" Dodd considered the question, then shrugged as if to suggest that the answer was obvious.
I'll concentrate all my best troops at one end of the line and hammer my way through. Which end?
Dodd thought for a few seconds. He had been tempted to say that Wellesley would attack in the west, at the fords by Caudalie, for that would keep him closest to Stevenson's army. But Stevenson was a long way away, and Pullman was deliberately riding eastwards.
The eastern end?
Dodd suggested diffidently. Pullman nodded.
Because if he drives our left flank back, he can place his army between us and Assaye. He divides us. And we surround him, Dodd observed.
I'd rather we weren't divided, Pullman said. For if Wellesley did succeed in driving back the left flank, he might well succeed in capturing Assaye. And while that would still leave Pullman's compus on the field, it would mean that the colonel would lose his gold. So the colonel needed a good hard anchor at the eastern end of his line to prevent his left flank being turned. And of all the regiments under his command, he reckoned Dodd's cobras were the best. The left flank was now being held by one of Dupant's regiments, a good one, but not as good as Dodd's. Pullman gestured at the Dutchman's brown-coated troops, who looked across the river towards the small village of Tonkley.
Good men, he said, but not as good as yours. Few of them are. But we'd best pray those fellows hold, Pullman said, because if I was Wellesley, that's where I'd put my sharpest attack. Straight up, turn our flank, cut us off from Assaye. It worries me, it does.
Dodd could not see that it was overmuch cause for worry, for he doubted that the best troops in the world could survive the river crossing under the massed fire of Pullman's batteries, but he did see the left flank's importance.
So reinforce Dupont,
he suggested carelessly. Pullman looked surprised, as though the idea had not already occurred to him.
Reinforce him? Why not? Would you care to hold the left, Major?
The left, Dodd said suspiciously. Traditionally, the right of the line was a station of honour on a battlefield, and while most of Pullman's troops neither cared nor knew about such courtesies, William Dodd certainly knew, which was why Pullman had let the Major suggest that the left should be reinforced, rather than simply order the touchy Dodd to move his precious cobras.
You would not be under Dupant's orders, of course not, Pullman reassured Dodd. You'd be your own master, Major, answerable to me, only to me.
Pullman paused.
Of course, if you'd rather not take post on the left, I'd entirely understand, and some other fellows can have the honour of defeating the British right.
My fellows can do it,
Dodd said belligerently.
It is a very responsible post, Pullman said diffidently.
We can do it, sir,
Dodd insisted. Pullman smiled his gratitude.
I was hoping you'd say so. Every Arthur regiment is commanded by a frog or a Dutchman, Major, and I need an Englishman to fight the hardest battle.
And you've found one, sir,
Dodd said. I've found an idiot, Pullman thought as he rode back to the line's centre. But Dodd was a reliable idiot and a hard-fighting man. He watched as Dodd's men left the line and as the line closed up to fill the gap, and then as the Cobras took their place on the left flank. The line was complete now. It was deadly. It was anchored firmly, and it was ready. All it needed was the enemy to compound their blunder by trying to attack, and then Pullman would crown his career by filling the Kaitna with British blood. Let them attack, he prayed. Just let them attack, and the day with all its glory would be his. The British camp spread around Naulnier. Lines of tents sheltered infantry. Quartermasters sought out the village headman, and arranged that the women of the village would bake bread in return for rupees, while the cavalry led their horses down to drink from the river Purna, which flowed just to the north of the village. One squadron of the 19th Dragoons was ordered to cross the river and ride a couple of miles north in search of enemy patrols, and those troopers dropped their bags of forage in the village, watered their horses, washed the dust from their faces, then remounted and rode on out of sight. Colonel McCandless picked a broad tree as his tent. He had no servant nor wanted one, so he brushed down Aeolus with handfuls of straw, while Sharpe fetched a pail of water from the river. The colonel, in his shirt-sleeves, straightened as Sharpe came back.
You do realise, Sergeant, that I'm guilty of some dishonesty in the matter of that warrant?
I wanted to thank you, sir.
I doubt I deserve any thanks, except that my deception might have staved off a greater evil.
The colonel crossed to his saddlebags and brought out his Bible, which he gave to Sharpe.
Put your right hand on the Scripture, Sergeant, and swear to me You're innocent of the charge."
Sharpe placed his right palm on the Bible's worn cover. He felt foolish, but McCandless's face was stern, and Sharpe made his own face solemn. "I do swear it, sir. I never touched the man that night. Didn't even see him." His voice proclaimed both his indignation and his innocence, but that was small consolation. The warrant might be defeated for the moment, but Sharpe knew such things did not go away. "What'll happen now, sir?" "We'll just have to make certain the truth prevails," McCandless said vaguely. He was still trying to decide what had been wrong with the warrant, but he couldn't identify what had troubled him. He took the Bible, stowed it away, then put his hands in the small of his back and arched his spine. "How far have we come today? 14 miles? 15? "Thereabouts, sir." "I'm feeling my age, Sharpe. Feeling my age. The leg's mending well enough, but now my back aches. Not good. But just a short march tomorrow, God be thanked. No more than 10 miles. And then battle." He pulled a watch from his fob pocket and snapped open the lid. "You have 15 minutes, Sergeant, so it might be wise to prepare our weapons." 15 minutes, sir?" "It's Sunday, Sharpe, the Lord's Day. Colonel Wallace's chaplain will be holding divine service on the hour, and I expect you to come with me. He preaches a fine sermon, but there's still time for you to clean your musket first." The musket was cleaned with boiling water, which Sharpe poured down the barrel, then sloshed about so that the very last remnants of powder residue were washed free. He doubted the musket needed cleaning, but he dutifully did it, then oiled the lock and put a new flint into the dog-head. He borrowed a sharpening stone from one of Savage's men and honed the bayonet's point, so that the tip shone white and deadly. Then he dabbed some oil on the blade before sliding it home into its scabbard. There was nothing else to do now except listen to the sermon, sleep, and do the mundane tasks. There'd be a meal to cook and the horses to water again, but those commonplace jobs were overshadowed by the knowledge that the enemy was just a short march away at Bocadan. Sharpe felt a shudder of nerves. What would battle be like? Would he stand? Or would he turn out like that Corporal of Boxtel, who had started to rave about angels and then had run like a spring hare through the Flanders rain? A half-mile behind Sharpe, the baggage train began to trudge into a wide field where the oxen were hobbled, the camels picketed, and the elephants tethered to trees. Grass cutters spread out into the countryside to find forage for the animals, which were watered from a muddy irrigation channel. The elephants were fed piles of palm leaves and buckets of rice soaked in butter, while Captain Mackay scurried through the chaos on his small bay horse, making sure that the ammunition was being properly stowed and the animals suitably fed. He suddenly caught sight of a disconsolate Sergeant Hakeswell and his 6 men. "Sergeant, you're still here. I thought you'd have your rogues safely pinioned by now."
"Problem, sir,"
Hakeswell said, standing rigidly to attention.
"Easy, Sergeant, stand easy, no rogue."
"Not yet, sir."
"So you're back in my command, are you? Well, that's splendid, just splendid." Mackay was an eager young officer who did his best to see the good in everybody, and though he found the sergeant from the 33rd somewhat daunting, he did his best to communicate his own enthusiasm. "Buckle ease, Sergeant," he said brightly. "Buckle ease." Hakeswell's face wrenched in a series of spasms.
"Buckle ease, sir?"
"Water carriers, Sergeant."
"Well, I know what a buckle is, sir, on account of having lived in this heathen land more years than I can count, but, begging your pardon, sir, what has a buckle to do with me?"
"Well, we have to establish a collecting point for them," Mackay said.
The Pakalees were all on the strengths of the individual regiments, and in battle their job was to keep the fighting men supplied with water.
"I'll need a man to watch over them," Mackay said. "They're good fellows, all of them, but oddly frightened of bullets. They need chivvying along. Well, I'll be busy enough with the ammunition wagons tomorrow, so can I rely on you to make sure the Pakalees do their job like the stout fellows they are?" The stout fellows were boys, grandfathers, cripples, the half-blind and the half-witted. "Excellent, excellent," the young captain said. "A problem solved. Make sure you get some rest, Sergeant. We'll all need to be sprightly tomorrow, and if you feel the need for some spiritual refreshment, you'll find the 74th are holding divine service any moment now."
End of Side 6. Side 7. Mackay smiled at Hakeswell, then set off in pursuit of an errant group of bullock carts. You with the tent! Not there! Come here!"
"Pakalees," Hakeswell said, spitting. "Pakalees."
None of his men responded, for they knew well enough to leave Sergeant Hexwill alone when he was in a more than usually foul mood.
"Could be worse, though," he said.
"Worse?" Private Flaherty ventured. Hexwill's face twitched.
"We has a problem, boys," he said dourly. "And the problem is one Scottish colonel who is attempting to bugger up the good order of our regiment. I won't abide it, I won't. Regimental honour is at stake, it is. He's been wool-pulling, ain't he? And he thinks he's pulled it clean over our eyes, but he ain't, 'cause I've seen through him, I have. I've seen through his Scotch soul, and it's as rotten as rotten eggs. Sharpe's paying him off, ain't he? Stands to reason. Corruption, boys, nothing but corruption."
Hexwill blinked, his mind racing.
"If we're flogging Puckalese halfway across bleeding India tomorrow, lads, then we will have our moment, and the regiment will want us to seize it."
"Seize it?" Lowry asked.
"Kill the bugger, you block-headed toad."
"Kill Sharpe?"
"God help me for leading half-wits," Hexwill said. "Not Sharpe. We wants him private-like, when we can fillet him fair and square. You kills the Scotchman. Once Mr. Bleeding McCandless is gone, Sharpe's ours."
"Well, you can't kill a colonel," Kendrick said aghast.
"Your point's your firelock, Private Kendrick," Hexwill said,
ramming his own musket's muzzle hard into Kendrick's midriff.
"Your cock's your musket, Private Kendrick."
Hexwill pulled back the dog-head, and the heavy lock clicked into place.
"And then you shoots the bugger clear through."
Hexwill pulled his trigger. The powder in the pan exploded with a small crackle and fizz, and Kendrick leapt back as the smoke drifted away from the lock. But the musket had not been charged. Hexwill laughed.
"Gotcha, didn't I? You thought I was putting a goalie in your belly. But that's what you do to McCandless. A goalie in his belly, or in his brain, or any other part what kills him. And you do it tomorrow."
The 6 men looked dubious, and Hexwill grinned.
"Extra shares for you all if it happens, boys, extra shares. You'll be paying the officers' oars when you get home, and all it will take is one goalie."
He smiled wolfishly.
"Tomorrow, boys, tomorrow."
But across the river, where the blue-coated patrol of the 19th Dragoons was exploring the countryside south of the Kaitna, everything was changing. Wellesley had dismounted, stripped off his jacket, and was washing his face from a basin of water held on a tripod. Lieutenant Colonel Orrick, the company officer who commanded the pickets that day, was complaining about the 2 galloper guns that were supposedly attached to his small command. "They wouldn't keep up, sir. Lagged, sir. I found myself 400 yards ahead of them. 400 yards. "I asked you to set a brisk pace, Orrick," the general said, wishing the fool would go away. He reached for a towel and vigorously scrubbed his face dry. "But if we've been challenged," Orrick protested. "The gallopers can move briskly when they must," the general said, then sighed as he realized the prickly Orrick needed placating. "Who commanded the guns?" "Barlow, sir." "I'll speak to him," the general promised, then turned as the patrol of 19th Dragoons that had crossed the River Purna to reconnoitre the ground on the far bank came threading through the rising tents towards him. Wellesley hadn't expected the patrol back this soon, and their return puzzled him. Then he saw they were escorting a group of Benjaris, the black-cloaked merchants who traversed India buying and selling food. "You'll excuse me, Orrick," the general said, plucking his coat from a stool. "You will talk with Barlow, sir?" Orrick asked. "I said so, didn't I?" Wellesley called as he walked towards the horsemen. The patrol leader, a captain, slid off his horse and gestured at the Benjari's leader. "We found these fellows a half-mile north of the river, sir. They've got 18 pack oxen loaded with grain, and they reckon the enemy ain't in Bokadan at all. They were planning to sell the grain in Asaya." "Asaya?" The general frowned at the unfamiliar name. "It's a village 4 or 5 miles north of here, sir. He says it's thick with the enemy." 4 or 5 miles? Wellesley asked in astonishment. 4 or 5? The cavalry captain shrugged. "Well, that's what they say, sir." He gestured at the grain merchants who stood impassively among the mounted troopers. Dear God, Wellesley thought, 4 or 5 miles. He'd been humbugged. The enemy had stolen a march on him, and at any moment that enemy might appear to the north and launch an attack on the British encampment. And there was no chance for Stevenson to come to his help. The 74th were singing hymns, and the enemy was 5 miles away, maybe less. The general spun round. "Barclay, Campbell, horses, quick now!" The flurry of activity at the general's tent sent a rumour whipping through the camp. and the rumour was fanned into alarm when the whole of the 19th Dragoons and the 4th Native Cavalry trotted through the river on the heels of the General and his 2 aides. Colonel McCandless had been walking with Sharpe towards the 74th Lines, but seeing the sudden excitement he turned and hurried back towards his horse. "Come on, Sharpe." "Where to, sir?" "We'll find out. Savaji, we're ready." McCandless's party left the camp 5 minutes after the General. They could see the dust left by the cavalry ahead, and McCandless hurried to catch up. They rode through a landscape of small fields cut by deep, dry gulches and cactus-thorn hedges. Wellesley had been following the earth road northwards, but after a while the General swerved westwards onto a field of stubble, and McCandless did not follow, but kept straight on up the road. "No point in tiring the horses unnecessarily," he explained, though Sharpe suspected the Colonel was merely impatient to go north and see whatever had caused the excitement. The 2 British cavalry regiments were in sight to the east, but there was no enemy visible. Savaji and his men had ridden ahead, but when they reached a crest some 200 yards in front of McCandless, they suddenly wrenched on their reins and swerved back. Sharpe expected to see a horde of Mahratta cavalry come boiling over the crest, but the skyline stayed empty, as Savaji and his men halted a few yards short of the ridge and there dismounted. "You'll not want them to see you, Colonel," Savaji said dryly when McCandless caught up. "Them?" Savaji gestured at the crest. "Take a look. You'll want to dismount." McCandless and Sharpe both slid from their saddles, then walked to the skyline where a cactus hedge offered concealment, and from where they could stare at the country to the north. And Sharpe, who had never seen such a sight before, simply gazed in amazement. It was not an army. It was a horde, a whole people, a nation. Thousands upon thousands of the enemy, all in line, mile after mile of them. Men and women and children, and guns and camels, and bullocks and rocket batteries, and horses and tents, and still more men, until there seemed to be no end to them. "Jesus!" Sharpe said, the imprecation torn from him. "Sharpe! Sorry, sir." But no wonder he had sworn, for Sharpe had never imagined that an army could look so vast. The nearest men were no more than half a mile away, beyond a discarded river that flowed between steep mud banks. A village lay on the nearer bank, but on the northern side, just beyond the mud bluff, there was a line of guns, big guns, the same painted and sculpted cannon that Sharpe had seen in Pullman's camp. Beyond the guns was the infantry, and behind the infantry, and spreading far out of sight to the east, was a mass of cavalry, and beyond them the myriad of camp followers. More infantry were posted about a distant village where Sharpe could just see a cluster of bright flags. "How many are there?" he asked. "At least 100,000 men," McCandless ventured. "At least," Savaji agreed, "but most are adventurers come for loot." The Indian was peering through a long ivory-clad telescope. "And the cavalry won't help in a battle." "It'll be down to these fellows," McCandless said, indicating the infantry just behind the gun line. 15,000? 14 or 15, Savaji said. Too many. Too many guns, McCandless said gloomily. It'll be a retreat. I thought we came here to fight, Sharpe said belligerently. We came here expecting to rest, then march on Borkadan tomorrow, McCandless said testily. We didn't come here to take on the whole enemy army with just 5,000 infantry. They know we're coming, they're ready for us. They simply want us to walk into their fire. Wellesley's not a fool, Sharpe. He'll march us back, link up with Stevenson, and find them again. Sharpe felt a pang of relief that he wouldn't discover the realities of battle, but the relief was tempered by a tinge of disappointment. The disappointment surprised him, and the relief made him fear he might be a coward. If we retreat, Savaji warned, those horsemen will harry us all the way. We'll just have to fight them off, McCandless said confidently, then let out a long, satisfied breath. Got him. There, the left flank. He pointed, and Sharpe saw, far away at the very end of the enemy gun line, a scatter of white uniforms. Not that it helps us, McCandless said wryly, but at least we're on his heels. Or he's on ours, Savaji said. Then he offered his telescope to Sharpe. See for yourself, Sergeant. Sharpe rested the glass's long barrel on a thick cactus leaf. He moved the lens slowly along the line of infantry. Men slept in the shade. Some were in their small tents, and others sat in groups, and he could have sworn a few were gambling. Officers, Indian and European, strolled behind their men, while in front of them the massive line of guns waited with their ammunition limbers. He moved the glass to the very far left of the enemy line and saw the white jackets of Dodd's men, and saw something else. 2 huge guns, much bigger than anything he'd seen before. "They've got their siege guns in the line, sir," he told McCandless, who trained his own telescope. 18-pounders, McCandless guessed. "Well, maybe bigger?" The colonel collapsed his glass. "Why aren't they patrolling this side of the river?" "Because they don't want to frighten us away," Sevagee said. "They want us to stroll up to their guns and die in the river. But they'll still have some horsemen hidden on this bank waiting to tell them when we retreat." The sound of hooves made Sharpe whip round in expectation of those enemy cavalry, but it was only General Wellesley and his 2 aides who cantered along the lower ground beneath the crest. "They're all there, McCandless," the general shouted happily. "So it seems, sir." The general reined in, waiting for McCandless to come down from the skyline and join him. "They seem to presume we'll make a frontal attack," Wellesley said wryly, as though he found the idea amusing. "They're certainly formed for it, sir. They must assume we're blockheads. What time is it?" One of his aides consulted a watch. 10 minutes of noon, sir." Plenty of time," the general murmured. "Onwards, gentlemen, stay below the skyline. We don't want to frighten them away." "Frighten them away?" Sevagee asked with a smile, but Wellesley ignored the comment as he spurred on eastwards, parallel with the river. Some troops of company cavalry were scouring the fields, and at first Sharpe thought they were looking for concealed enemy pickets. Then he saw they were hunting down local farmers and harrying them along in the general's wake. Wellesley rode 2 miles eastwards, a string of horsemen behind him. The farmers were breathless by the time they reached the place where his horse was picketed just beneath a low hill. The general was kneeling on the crest, staring east through a glass. "Ask those fellows if there are any fords east of here," he shouted down to his aides. A hurried consultation followed, but the farmers were quite sure that there was no ford. The only crossing places, they insisted, were directly in front of Scindia's army. "Find a clever one," Wellesley ordered, "and bring him up here. Colonel, maybe you translate." McCandless picked one of the farmers and led him up the hill. Sharpe, without being asked, followed, and Wellesley did not order him back, but just muttered that they should all keep their heads low. "There." The general pointed eastwards to a village on the Kaitna's southern bank. "That village, what's it called?" "People Gaon," the farmer said, and added that his mother and 2 sisters lived in the huddle of mud-walled houses with their thatched roofs. People Gaon lay only a half-mile from the low hill, but it was all of 2 miles east of Tonkli, the village that was opposite the eastern extremity of the Maratha line. Both villages were on the river's southern bank, while the enemy waited on the Kaitna's northern side, and Sharpe did not understand Wellesley's interest. "Ask him if he has any relatives north of the river," the general ordered McCandless. "He has a brother and several cousins, sir," McCandless translated. "So how does his mother visit her son north of the river?" Wellesley asked. The farmer launched himself into a long explanation. In the dry season, he said, she walked across the riverbed, but in the wet season, when the waters rose, she was forced to come upstream and cross at Tonkli. Wellesley listened, then grunted in apparent disbelief. He was staring intently through the glass. "Campbell?" he called, but his aide had gone to another low rise 100 yards westwards that offered a better view of the enemy ranks. "Campbell!" Wellesley called again, and getting no answer turned. "Sharpe, Yildo, come here." "Sir?" "You've got young eyes. Come here and keep low." Sharpe joined the general on the crest, where to his surprise he was handed the telescope. "Look at the village," Wellesley ordered. "Then look at the opposite bank. Tell me what you see." It took Sharpe a moment to find People Gaon in the lens, but suddenly its mud walls filled the glass. He moved the telescope slowly, sliding its view past oxen, goats, and chickens, past clothes set to dry on bushes by the riverbank. And then the lens slid across the brown water of the river Kaitna and up its opposite bank, where he saw a muddy bluff topped by trees, and just beyond the trees a fold of land, and in the fold of land were roofs, straw roofs. "There's another village there, sir," Sharpe said. "You sure?" Wellesley asked urgently. "Well, pretty sure, sir. Might just be cattle sheds." "Well, you don't keep cattle sheds apart from a village." the General said scathingly. "Not in a country infested by bandits." Wellesley twisted round. "McCandless, ask your fellow if there's a village on the other side of the river from Peoplegown." The farmer listened to the question, then nodded. "Waror," he said, then helpfully informed the General that his cousin was the village headman, the Naik. "Well, how far apart are those villages, Sharpe?" Wellesley asked. Sharpe judged the distance for a couple of seconds. 300 yards, sir?" Wellesley took the telescope back and moved away from the crest. "Never in my life," he said, "have I seen two villages on opposite banks of a river that weren't connected by a ford." "He insists not, sir," McCandless said, indicating the farmer. "Then he's a rogue, a liar, or a blockhead," Wellesley said cheerfully. "The latter, probably." He frowned in thought, his right hand drumming a tattoo on the telescope's barrel. "I'll warrant there is a ford," he said to himself. "Sir!" Captain Campbell had run back from the western knoll. "Enemies breaking camp, sir." "Are they, by God?" Wellesley returned to the crest and stared through the glass again. The infantry immediately on the Kaitna's north bank were not moving, but far away, close to the fortified village, tents were being struck. "Preparing to run away, I dare say," Wellesley muttered. "Oh, readying to cross the river and attack us," McCandless said grimly. "And they're sending cavalry across the river," Campbell added ominously. "Oh, nothing to worry us," Wellesley said, then turned back to stare at the opposing villages of Peoplegown and Warur. "There has to be a ford," he said to himself again, so quietly that only Sharpe could hear him. "Stands to reason," he said, and then he went silent for a long time. "That enemy cavalry, sir," Campbell prompted him. Wellesley seemed startled. "What?" "There, sir." Campbell pointed westwards to a large group of enemy horsemen who had appeared from a grove of trees, but who seemed content to watch Wellesley's group from a half-mile away. "Time we were away," Wellesley said. "Give that lying blockhead a rupee, McCandless. Then let's be off." "You plan to retreat, sir?" McCandless asked. Wellesley had been hurrying down the slope, but now stopped and stared in surprise at the Scotsman. "Retreat?" McCandless blinked. "Well, you surely don't intend to fight, sir, do you?" "Well, how else are we to do His Majesty's business? Of course we'll fight. There's a ford there." Wellesley flung his arm east towards Peoplegown. "That wretched farmer might deny it, but he's a blockhead. There has to be a ford. We'll cross it, turn their left flank, and pound them into scraps, but we must hurry. Noon already. 3 hours, gentlemen, 3 hours to bring on battle. 3 hours to turn his flank." He ran on down the hill to where Diomed, his white Arab horse, waited. "Good God!" McCandless said. "Good God!" For 5,000 infantry would now cross the Kaitna at a place where men said the river was uncrossable, then fight an enemy horde at least 10 times their number. "Good God!" the colonel said again, then hurried to follow Wellesley south. The enemy had stolen a march. The redcoats had journeyed all night and were bone-tired, but Wellesley would have his battle. Chapter 9. "There," Dodd said, pointing. "I can't see," Simon Joubert complained. "Drop the telescope, use your naked eye, madame. There, it's flashing." "Where?" "There!" Dodd pointed again. "Across the river, 3 trees, low hill." "Ah!" Simon at last saw the flash of reflected sunlight from the lens of a telescope that was being used on the far bank of the river and well downstream from where Dodd's cobras held the left of Pullman's line. Simon and her husband had dined with the Major, who was grimly happy in anticipation of a British attack, which he claimed must inevitably fall hardest on his cobras. "It will be slaughter, ma'am," Dodd said wolfishly. "Sheer slaughter." He and Captain Joubert had walked Simon to the edge of the bluff above the Kaitna, and shown her the fords, and demonstrated how any men crossing the fords must be caught in the mangling crossfire of the Mahratta cannon, then maintained that the British had no option but to walk forward into that weltering onslaught of canister, round-shot and shell. "If you wish to stay and watch, madame," Dodd had offered, "I can find a place of safety for you." He gestured towards a low rise of ground just behind the regiment. "You could watch from there, and I credit no British soldier will come near you." "I could not bear to watch a slaughter, Major," Simon had said feelingly.
"Your squeamishness does you credit, ma'am," Dodd had answered. "War is man's work." It was then that Dodd had spotted the British soldiers on the opposite bank, and had trained his telescope on the distant men. Simone, knowing now where to look, rested the glass on her husband's shoulder and trained its lens on the far hill. She could see 2 men there, one in a cocked hat and the other in a shako. Both were keeping low. "Why are they so far down the river?" she asked. "They're looking for a way round our flank," Dodd said. "Is there one?" "No. They must cross here, ma'am, or else they don't cross at all." Dodd gestured at the fords in front of the compu. A band of cavalrymen was galloping through the shallow water, spraying silver from their horses' hooves as they crossed the Caitna's south bank. "And those horsemen," Dodd explained, "are going to see whether they'll cross or not." Simone collapsed the telescope and handed it back to the Major. "They might not attack?" "They won't," her husband answered in English for Dodd's benefit. "They have too much sense." "Boy Wellesley don't have sense," Dodd said scathingly. "Look how he attacked at Ahmednagar, straight at the wall. 100 rupees says he will attack." Captain Joubert shook his head. "I do not gamble, Major." "A soldier should relish risk," Dodd said. "And if they don't cross," Simone asked, "there is no battle?" "There'll be a battle, ma'am," Dodd said grimly. "Pullman's gone to fetch Scindia's permission for us to cross the river. If they won't come to us, we'll go to them." Pullman had indeed gone to find Scindia. The Hanoverian had dressed for battle, donning his finest coat, which was a blue silk jacket, trimmed in scarlet and decorated with loops of gold braid and black aiguillettes. He wore a white silk sash on which was blazoned a star of diamonds, and from which hung a gold-hilted sword, though Dupin, the Dutchman, who accompanied Pullman to meet Scindia, noted that the colonel's breeches and boots were old and shabby. "I wear them for luck," Pullman said, noting Dupin's puzzled glance at his decrepit breeches. "They're from my old East India Company uniform." The Hanoverian was in a fine mood. His short march eastwards had achieved all he desired, for it had brought one of the 2 small British armies into his lap, while it was still far away from the other. All he needed to do now was snap it up like a minnow, then march on Stevenson's force. But Scindia had been insistent that no infantry were to cross the Caitna's fords without his permission, and Pullman now needed that permission. The Hanoverian didn't plan to cross immediately, for first he wanted to be certain that the British were retreating, but nor did he wish to wait for permission once he heard news of the enemy's withdrawal. "Our lord and master will be scared at the thought of attacking," Pullman told Dupin. "So we'll flatter the bugger, slap on the gee with a shovel, Dupin. Tell him he'll be lord of all India if he lets us loose. Tell him there are 100 white women in Wellesley's camp, and he'll lead the attack himself," Dupin observed dryly. "Then that is what we shall tell him," Pullman said, "and promise him that every little darling will be his concubine." Except that when Pullman and Dupin reached the tree-shaded stretch of ground above the river Jua, where the Maharaja of Gwalior had been awaiting his army's victory, there was no sign of his lavish tents. They had been struck, all of them, together with the striped tents of the Rajah of Berar, and all that remained were the cook tents, that even now were being collapsed and folded onto the beds of a dozen ox carts. All the elephants but one were gone. The horses of the royal bodyguards were gone. The concubines were gone, and the 2 princes were gone. The one remaining elephant belonged to Sergi Rao, and that minister, ensconced in his hodder, where he was being fanned by a servant, smiled benevolently down on the 2 sweating and red-faced Europeans. "His Serene Majesty deemed it safer to withdraw westwards," he explained airily, "and the Rajah of Berar agreed with him." "Did it what?" Pullman snarled. "The omens," Sergi Rao said vaguely, waving a bejewelled hand to indicate that the subtleties of such supernatural messages would be beyond Pullman's comprehension. "The bloody omens are propitious," Pullman insisted. "We've got the buggers by the balls. What more omens could you want?" Sergi Rao smiled. "His Majesty has sublime confidence in your skill, Colonel." "To do what?" the Hanoverian demanded. "Whatever is necessary," Sergi Rao said, then smiled. "We shall wait in Bokadan for news of your triumph, Colonel, and eagerly anticipate seeing the banners of our enemies heaped in triumph at the foot of His Serene Majesty's throne." And with that hope expressed, he snapped his fingers,
and the mahout prodded the elephant, which lumbered away westwards. "Bastards!" Pullman said to Dupin, loudly enough for the retreating minister to hear. "Lily-livered bastards! Cowards!" Not that he cared whether Scindia and the Rajah of Berar were present at the battle. Indeed, given the choice, he'd much prefer to fight without them. But that was not true of his men, who, like all soldiers, fought better when their rulers were watching. And so Pullman was angry for his men. Yet, he consoled himself as he returned southwards, they would still fight well. Pride would see to that, and confidence, and the promise of plunder. And Surgery Rao's final words, Pullman decided, had been more than enough to give him permission to cross the river Kaitna. He'd been told to do whatever was necessary, and Pullman reckoned that gave him a free hand. So he would give Scindia a victory, even if the yellow bastard didn't deserve it. Pullman and Dupin cantered back to the left of the line, where they saw that Major Dodd had called his men out from the shade of the trees and into their ranks. The sight suggested that the enemy was approaching the Kaitna, and Pullman spurred his horse into a gallop, clamping one hand under his extravagantly plumed hat to stop it falling off. He slewed to a stop just short of Dodd's regiment and stared above their heads across the river. The enemy had come, except this enemy was merely a long line of cavalrymen with 2 small horse-drawn galloper guns. It was a screen, of course, a screen of British and Indian horsemen intended to stop his own patrols from discovering what was happening in the hidden country beyond. "Any sign of the infantry?" he called to Dodd. "None, sir." "The buggers are running," Pullman exulted. "That's why they've put up a screen." He suddenly noticed Simon Joubert and hastily took off his feathered hat. "My apologies for my language, madame." He put his hat back on and twisted his horse about. "Harness the guns!" he shouted. "What is happening?" Simon asked anxiously. "We are crossing the river," her husband said quietly, "and you must go back to Essay." Simon knew she must say something loving to him, for was that not expected of a wife at a moment such as this? "I shall pray for you," she said shyly. "Go back to Essay," her husband said again, noting that she had not given him any love. "And stay there till it is all over." It wouldn't take long. The guns needed to be attached to their limbers, but the infantry were ready to march, and the cavalry were eager to begin their pursuit. The existence of the British cavalry screen suggested that Wellesley must be withdrawing, so all Pullman needed to do was cross the river and then crush the enemy. Dodd drew his elephant-hilted sword, felt its newly honed edge, and waited for the orders to begin the slaughter. The Maratha cavalry pursued Wellesley's party the moment they saw that the general was retreating from his observation post above the river. "We must look to ourselves, gentlemen," Wellesley had called, and driven back his heels so that Diarmid had sprung ahead. The other horsemen matched his pace, but Sharpe on his small captured Maratha horse could not keep up. He had mounted in a hurry, and in his haste he couldn't fit his right boot into the stirrup, and the horse's jolting motion made it all the more difficult. But he dared not curb the beast, for he could hear the enemy's shouts and the beat of their hoofs not far behind. For a few moments he was in a panic. The thud of the pursuing hoofs grew louder. He could see his companions drawing even further ahead of him, and his horse was blowing hard, trying to resist the frantic kicks he gave. And each kick threatened to unseat him, so that he clung to the saddle's pommel, and still his right boot would not find the stirrup. Savaji, racing free on the right flank, saw his predicament and curved back towards him. "You're not a horseman, Sergeant." "Never bloody was, sir. Hate the bloody things." "A warrior and his horse, Sergeant, are like a man and a woman," Savaji said, leaning over and pushing the stirrup iron onto Sharpe's boot. He did it without once checking his own horse's furious pace. Then he slapped Sharpe's small mare on the rump, and she took off like one of the enemy's rockets, almost tipping Sharpe backwards. Sharpe clung on to the pommel, while his musket, which was hanging by its sling from his left elbow, banged and thumped his thigh. His shako blew off, and he had no time to rescue it. But then a trumpet sounded off to his right, and he saw a stream of British cavalrymen riding to head off the pursuit. Still more cavalrymen were spurring north from Naulnier, and Wellesley, as he passed them, urged them on towards the Kaitna. "Thank you, sir," Sharpe said to Savaji. "You should learn horsemanship." "I'll stay a foot soldier, sir. Safer. Don't like sitting on things with hooves and teeth." Savaji laughed. Wellesley had slowed now and was patting the neck of his horse, but the brief pursuit had only increased his high spirits. He turned Diarmid to watch the Maratha cavalry spur away. "A good omen," he said happily.
For what, sir? Savaji asked. Wellesley heard the Indian's sceptical tone. You don't think we should give battle? Savaji shrugged, seeking some tactful way of expressing his disagreement with Wellesley's decision. The battle isn't always to the largest army, sir. Always, no, Wellesley said, but usually, yes. You think I'm being impetuous? Savaji refused to be drawn and simply shrugged again in answer. We shall see, the general said. Their army looks fine, I grant you, but once we break the regular compus, the others will run. I do hope so, sir. Depend on it, Wellesley said, then spurred on. Sharpe looked at Savaji. Are we mad to fight, sir? Quite mad, Savaji said. Completely mad. But maybe there's no choice. No choice. We blundered, Sergeant. We marched too far and came too close to the enemy. So either we attack him or run away from him. And either way we have to fight. By attacking him we just make the fight shorter. He twisted in the saddle and pointed towards the now hidden Kaitna. Do you know what's beyond that river? No, sir. Another river, Sharpe, and they meet just a couple of miles downstream. He pointed eastwards towards the place where the waters met. And if we cross that ford, we shall find ourselves on a tongue of land, and the only way out is forward, through 100,000 Marathas. Death on one side, water on the other. Savaji laughed. Blundering, Sergeant, blundering. But if Wellesley had blundered, he was still in high spirits. Once back at Naulnir, he ordered Diomede unsaddled and rubbed down, then began issuing commands. The army's baggage would stay at Naulnir, dragged into the village's alleyways, which were to be barricaded so that no marauding Maratha cavalry could plunder the wagons, which would be guarded by the smallest battalion of sepoys. McCandless heard that order given, understood its necessity, but groaned aloud when he realized that almost 500 infantrymen were thus being shorn from the attacking army. The cavalry that remained in Naulnir were ordered to saddle their horses and ride to the Kaitna, there to form a screen on the southern bank, while the tired infantry, who had marched all morning, were now rousted from their tents and chivied into ranks. No packs, the sergeants called. Firelocks and cartridge boxes only, no packs. Off to a Sunday battle, lads. Save your bleeding prayers and hurry up. Come on, Johnny, boots on, lad. There's a horde of heathens to kill. Look lively now, wake yourselves up. On your feet. The pickets of the day, composed of a half-company from each of the army's 7 battalions, marched first. They splashed through the small river north of Naulnir, and were met on its far bank by one of the general's aides, who guided them onto the farm track that led to Pipogaon. The pickets were followed by the King's 74th, accompanied by their battalion artillery, while behind them came the 2nd Battalion of the 12th Madras Regiment, the 1st Battalion of the 4th Madras, the 1st of the 8th Madras, and the 1st of the 10th Madras, and lastly, the kilted Highlanders of the King's 78th. 6 battalions crossed the river and followed the beaten earth track between fields of millet beneath the furnace of an Indian sun. No enemy was visible as they marched, though rumour said the whole of the Maratha army was not far away. 2 guns fired around 1 o'clock. The sound was flat and hard, echoing across the heat-shimmering land, but the infantry could see nothing. The sound came from their left, and the battalion officers said there was cavalry somewhere out there, and that doubtless meant that the cavalry's light galloper guns had engaged the enemy, or else the enemy had brought cannon to face the British cavalry, but the fighting did not seem to be ominous, for there was silence after the 2 shots. McCandless, his nerves strung by the disaster he feared was imminent, galloped Aeolus a few yards westwards, as if wanting to find an explanation for the 2 gunshots, but then he thought better of it and turned his horse back to the road. More cannon fire sounded a few moments later, but there was nothing urgent in the distant shots, which were monotonous, flat, and sporadic. If battle had been brewing to the boil, the gunshots would have sounded hard and fast, but these shots were almost lackadaisical, as though the gunners were merely practising on Aldershot Heath on a lazy summer's day. "Their guns or ours, sir?" Sharpe asked McCandless. "Ours, I suspect," the Scotsman said. "Cavalry galloper guns, keeping the enemy horse on their toes." He tugged on Aeolus's rein, moving the gelding out of the path of 60 sepoy pioneers who were doubling down the road's left verge with pickaxes and shovels on their shoulders. The pioneers' task was to reach the Kaitna and make certain that its banks were not too steep for the ox-drawn artillery.
Wellesley cantered after the pioneers, riding to the head of the column and trailing a succession of aides. McCandless joined the general's party, and Sharpe kicked his horse alongside Daniel Fletcher, who was mounted on a big roan mare and leading an unsaddled Diomede by a long rein. "He'll want him when the bay's tired," Fletcher told Sharpe, nodding ahead of Wellesley, who was now riding a tall bay stallion. "And the mare's in case both horses get shot," he added, slapping the rump of the horse he rode. "So what do you do?" Sharpe asked the dragoon. "Just stay close till he wants to change horses, and keep him from getting thirsty," Fletcher said. He carried no less than 5 water canteens on his belt, bulked over a heavy sabre in a metal scabbard. The first time Sharpe had ever seen the orderly carrying a weapon. "Vicious thing, that," Fletcher said when he saw Sharpe glance at the weapon. "Good wide blade, perfect for slicing." "Ever used it?" Sharpe asked. "Against Dundia," Fletcher answered. Dundia had been a bandit chieftain whose depredations in Mysore had finally persuaded Wellesley to pursue him with cavalry. The resultant battle had been a short clash of horsemen that had been won in moments by the British. "And I killed a goat with it for the general's supper a week ago," Fletcher continued, drawing the heavy curved blade. "And I think the poor bugger died of fright when it saw the blade coming. Took its head clean off, it did. Look at this, Sergeant." He handed the blade to Sharpe. "See what it says there, just above the hilt?" Sharpe tipped the sabre to the sun. "Warranted never to fail," he read aloud. He grinned, for the boast seemed oddly out of place on a thing designed to kill or maim. "Made in Sheffield," Fletcher said, taking the blade back, "and guaranteed never to fail. Good slicer this is, real good. You can cut a man in half with one of these, if you get the stroke right." Sharpe grinned. "I'll stick with a musket." "Not on horseback you won't, Sergeant," Fletcher said. "A firelock's no good on horseback. You want a blade." "Never learned to use one," Sharpe said. "Well, it ain't difficult," Fletcher said with the scorn of a man who'd mastered a difficult trade. "Keep your arms straight, and use the point when you're fighting cavalry, because if you bend the elbow, the bastards will chop through your wrists as sure as eggs, and slash away like a haymaker at infantry, because there ain't bugger all they can do back to you, not once they're on the run. Not that you could use any kind of sword off the back of that horse." He nodded at Sharpe's small native beast. "Well, like an overgrown dog, that is. Does it fetch?" The road reached the high point between the 2 rivers, and Fletcher, mounted high on the general's mare, caught his first glimpse of the enemy army on the distant northern bank of the Kaitna. He whistled softly. "Millions of the buggers." "We're going to turn their flank," Sharpe said, repeating what he'd heard the general say. So far as Sharpe understood, the idea was to cross the river at the ford, which no one except Wellesley believed existed, then make an attack on the left flank of the waiting infantry. The idea made sense to Sharpe, for the enemy line was facing south, and by coming at them from the east, the British could well plunge the Kompus into confusion. "Millions of the buggers," Fletcher said again in wonderment. But then the road dropped and took the enemy out of their view. The dragoon orderly sheathed his sabre. "But he's confident," he said, nodding ahead of Wellesley, who was dressed in his old uniform coat of the 33rd. The general wore a slim, straight sword, but had no other weapon, not even a pistol. "He was always confident," Sharpe said. "Cool as you like." "Yeah, he's a good fellow," Fletcher said loyally. "Proper officer. He ain't friendly, of course, but he's always fair." He touched his spurs to the mare's flanks, because Wellesley and his aides had hurried ahead into the village of People-Gal, where the villagers gaped at the foreigners in their red coats and black-cocked hats. Wellesley scattered chickens from his path as he cantered down the dusty village street to where the road dropped down a precipitous bluff into the half-dry bed of the Kaitna. The pioneers arrived a moment later and began attacking the bluff to smooth its steep slope. On the river's far bank, Sharpe could see the road twist up into the trees that half obscured the village of Warur. The general was right, he reckoned, and there had to be a ford, for why else would the road show on both banks? But whether the ford was shallow enough for the army to cross, no one yet knew. Wellesley stood his horse at the top of the bluff and drummed the fingers of his right hand on his thigh. It was the only sign of nerves. He was staring across the river, thinking. No enemy was in sight, but nor should they have been, for the Mahratta line was now 2 miles to the west, which meant that Scindia's army was now between him and Stevenson. Wellesley grimaced, realizing that he had already abandoned his first principle for fighting this battle, which had been to secure his left flank so Stevenson could join. Doubtless the moment the guns began their proper concentrated work, the sound of their cannonade would bring Stevenson hurrying across country, but now the older man would simply have to join the fight as best he could. But Wellesley had no regrets at posing such difficulties for Stevenson, for the chance to turn the enemy's flank was heaven sent, so long, that is, as the ford was practicable. The pioneer captain led a dozen of his sepoys down towards the river. "I'll just see to that far bank, sir," the captain called up to the general, startling Wellesley out of his reverie.
"Come back!"
Wellesley shouted angrily.
"Back!"
The captain had almost reached the water, but now turned and stared at Wellesley in puzzlement.
"I have to grade that bluff, sir,"
he shouted, pointing to where the road climbed steeply to the screen of trees on the Caithness northern bank.
"Too steep for guns, sir." "Come back!"
Wellesley called again, then waited as the dozen men trudged back to the southern bank.
"The enemy can see the river, Captain," the general explained, "and I have no wish that they should see us yet. I do not want them knowing our intentions, so you will wait until the first infantry make the crossing, then do your work."
But the enemy had already seen the pioneers. The dozen men had only been visible in the river's open bed for a few seconds, but someone in the Mahratta gun line was wide awake, and there was a sudden and violent plume of water in the river, and almost simultaneously the sky-battering sound of a heavy gun.
"Good shooting,"
McCandless said quietly when the 15-foot-high fountain had subsided to leave nothing but a whirling eddy in the river's brown water. The range must have been almost 2 miles, yet the Mahrattas had turned a gun, trained and fired it in seconds, and their aim had been almost perfect.